What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are back again. This is, I guess, my Monday, but really it's my Tuesday. Welcome in, guys. We're just getting started. Give me a second. I'm going to go into my phone here, and we're going to do some shit. Let me make sure I can hear in my headphones real quick before I get...
So as it turns out, building a dynasty is extremely difficult and rarely
Chiefs,
happens
man.
for a reason.
Anyway, I can hear in my headphones, so that's good. What's up, guys? We're just getting started, so come on in, make yourselves comfortable. Start tapping. I'm going to go in and share out my live. Let me search for myself, which is always a weird thing to do. Here we go. Boom, boom. Okay. We are live. Boom. All right, so we're live now. We're, you're just getting in here. The first 4 or 5 people have shown up already. Let's get them numbers up. Please share the live out. Tell your friends. Tell your family. Tell the local ICE agent. What's up, George? Fuck ICE. Okay, let's just start off by saying fuck ICE all the way up the butthole. Jesus Christ. This is crazy, y'all. Raw, welcome in. Good morning. Good to see you. Good to see you. Chip Barnes, my man. What's up, dude? The man that they tried to cancel, but ain't going anywhere. I got a lot of videos, and I really want to focus on this topic here because this is something I've taken issue with for a very long time. Even with petty shit, you give this government an inch on anything, and they take a mile. They've always done it. And whatever power they have bestowed upon themselves, they never relinquish. Yet as society, we call it convenient compliance. It's like, well, I'll just do it because it's convenient. I'm not doing anything wrong. Why shouldn't I? Oh, yeah, sir, go ahead and search my vehicle. I don't have any rugs or guns on me. Go ahead. Yet the officer has crack cocaine in his pocket that he pulls from underneath your seat. Huh. How'd that compliance work out for you? Whereas you could have said no, and then anything he found would have been, inadmissible in court. But no, for some reason, society in America, despite claiming itself to be free, is kind of fallen into a compliant people. The don't tread on me crowd right now, right, Bertie? Yeah, it is weird. And you know what? I'm gonna show this clip here because this really epitomizes what I'm talking about. And if you guys aren't familiar with the court case called U.S. v. Bad Elk, you should go look it up. The Supreme Court found that because common law, long-standing common law, says that you can resist unlawful arrest. And for some reason, we don't, nobody really cares about that. But let me get to, where the hell did I put that? Here we go. January 14th. Epitome. Let me find the damn thing. I had it up, but I had to restart my computer. Here we go. I'm going to show this clip real quick. Pay attention to the 2 guys on the left here. This guy, you'll see how close this guy gets, but the interaction is with the ICE agent and this guy. And maybe you've seen this clip. I don't know. But we're going to go through it, and you'll see what I mean. Here we go. Just watch. Now look at that. Let's go back over this. Okay. So look how much closer this guy is, right? You see how much closer this guy is than this guy? Yet for some fucking weird reason, let me play it. This little pussy ass bitch right here with the green hat or brown or whatever the fuck it is, Nazi colors, decides that he needs to move for whatever reason. and shoves him. Now, this guy resists slightly by pushing his arm away. Now, a piece of shit Republican MAGA fucker will tell you, oh, you can't touch them. They're federal officers. How dare you touch them? Yet, what right does that ICE agent have to shove a guy who's further away than another guy that he's completely ignoring? Why? But watch. You notice that? Look at that. He pushes his hand away a little bit. That is a fucking natural reaction. If somebody shoves me, I'll be shoving back. Right there. He pushes his fucking arm away. And for that, micro penis over there on the left decides that hurt his ego. And he stands there in shock for a second. He touched me. How dare this man touch me? Who does he think he is? And he's wearing a mask. How dare you? And so he just goes at it. And he knows that his gang, his Nazi thuggish gang, are going to jump in and start assaulting this man. And that's exactly what they do. I mean, look at this. So I ask, why do we accept this? And we've accepted this for quite some time. You rewind 3-4 years, anybody that pushes the arm of a federal officer, most people in society be like, oh, you can't touch these people. They're special. These people are special. Why? Why are they special? Why do we comply with these motherfuckers? Somebody said, Jeff said he didn't have to be there. You're right. The ICE agent doesn't have to be there. They choose to be there. They don't have to be there, but they choose to be there. And I've got a lot of videos showing that they choose to be in a lot of places. And here's the thing, guys, this is going to be bad for these ICE agents. This is going to be really, really bad for these ICE agents. User 58584 or whatever says you can't do anything about it. Try it, boy, and FAFO. Bitch, let me tell you something. The U.S. government has never successfully defeated a group of people running around in sandals, fucking flip-flops, and shorts. It's never happened. They've never done it, and they're not going to start now. There are, 20,000, 30,000 ICE agents? Was that right? You know how many millions, hundreds of millions of Americans, you little bitch, there are? Think about that. You think these ICE agents and fucking Border Patrol, really? You honestly think that? Full-on war in the streets, you think that this government will succeed? Barring blowing up their own shit and nuking their own people? No, they won't win. They're trying to get people to be so afraid of dying that they just give in. You can't be afraid of losing your life. You just can't. Good morning, Misty. You can't. Because we are in a tyrannical government at this moment. That's where we are. Yeah, fuck complying. Exactly. Only good vibes here. And again, in US v. Bad Elk, you can go look this up. These two agents went to arrest this officer on the word of somebody else who was not a judge. There was no warrant. And the other guy they were arresting for misdemeanor, whatever it was, he killed one of them. And they charged the guy with murder, and they told the jury, you can't resist an unlawful arrest. So they even admitted it was unlawful, that they had no right to arrest this guy. But their claim was you can't resist an unlawful arrest. He got appealed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said that's not true. The Supreme Court said you can resist an unlawful arrest. So if the government doesn't have a warrant and they didn't see you commit a crime, then they can't arrest you. And you can't be a free society while simultaneously saying, well, just comply. Just put your wrists out there. Let the little micro penises do their fucking job so they can feel like big tough men. And then go in front of the judge and tell the judge that you were innocent. And usually on these bullshit charges like disorderly conduct and resisting arrest, they usually dismiss the charges. The DA doesn't even, like, they already know there's no evidence against them. And yet you allowed yourself to be kidnapped because why? Exactly. Why? Jeff, touching an officer is assault. Bitch, touching a U.S. citizen is assault. And you have a right in this country, Jeff, to defend yourself. And if you believe that you don't have a right to defend yourself against the government, then what have you been screaming about over the last 15 years, I wonder? I'm just curious. Now, I'm going to check my guests to see if anybody is requesting up. I don't know that anybody is. We got Chip, Lonnie, and Rocky. I'm not going to fill up the panel today, guys. That shit, it just gets to be too many damn people. I would like opposition, though. If there's any opposition out there, here, Jeff wants to come in.
Why don't you carry your coward ass out there in the streets and do something about it?
Well, look, we all have a role to play, Jeff. Would
carry
you agree?
Your pussy ass out on the streets and do something, bitch.
Oh, Jeff.
Why don't you join ICE and
do it.
go
Stop
and
being
go,
a little bitch boy on the internet. Be a fucking man.
Jeff.
Strap up and get out there.
Okay. Listen, if you're just going to interrupt.
The fuck up.
Okay. Shh. Calm down. I know you're upset. Listen, I understand that you're upset because you love tyranny. Listen, I'm just going to keep you muted, okay? I get that you love tyranny and it gets you emotional when you see real patriotic Americans standing up against that and preaching against that. I get that that upsets you. But look, I don't live in North Korea, nor do I want to. If you want to go live in a country like North Korea where they tell you and dictate everything that you do, then I say take your little punk ass to North Korea. That's it. That's all. And I didn't drop Jeff, by the way. He's like, if you're not going to let me interrupt you, then I'm just going to go. Poor Jeff. And here, Jeff, let me do this for you, since I know you're going to be in the comments yapping. I'm just going to go ahead and mute you. You're welcome to come back up, but only if you have a little decorum. Oh, he's requesting back up.
A little fucking coward.
A like little bitch. He's still going. This little emotional boy. Listen, Jeff. Jeff, listen.
Okay. Be a man, like you said. You're not afraid to die, right?
That's correct.
Get out there.
That's
get
correct.
Out there. Like,
unlike you.
So strap the fuck up and get out there.
Unlike you.
Be a fucking soldier.
Yeah, I am a soldier.
Be a fucking soldier.
I am a soldier,
you are, you
Jeff.
Little pussy on the internet. That's what you are.
You're a pussy on the internet.
You're a pussy on the internet.
You're a pussy on the internet.
Soldier. You're scared.
Jeff, listen to you.
You're fucking scared.
Says the guy that wants you to comply.
Scared. You're a goddamn pussy that won't do shit.
Okay, I want you to listen to this. Is the guy who in the comment section is upset that people... Okay, this is annoying. Okay, I did drop Jeff that time because the muting. I wish I had a button where I could mute somebody and they couldn't come off mute. TikTok needs to put that into place. But Jeff was in the comments saying that you can't touch an officer and you must comply. Yet he comes up here and calls me a pussy ass bitch. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Bend over and let them ramrod you, Jeff. It'll work out for you, I'm sure. Chip, welcome in. Go ahead, man. What's up?
So I want to agree with Jeff. Hey, by the way, hey, everybody. I want to agree with Jeff to one degree, and I think he brings up a point that's fair, but I think we all have a difference with him that's also fair, and that is this. Law enforcement in general gets the benefit of the doubt in most cases. We know that sometimes they have individuals who tend to overreach and abuse their power. But generally speaking, when interacting with civilians, they're given a lot of latitude to enforce the law. We know this is true. I think where we take issue with that is when they blatantly and sort of without reserve just completely violate every tenet of civil liberties that exist in the country right now because they feel like they have immunity from their chain of command. And that's clear because they wouldn't be acting so brazenly if that wasn't the theme throughout the organization. And so clearly, and by the way, I researched this very thoroughly because I didn't want to speak from a position of ignorance. In terms of filming and observing any law enforcement, whether it's federal, state, local, doesn't matter, there are certain rights that are inviolable. That you cannot be arrested for simply standing near or filming an officer. You can even verbally accost an officer, as long as you're not directly interfering with their movement, impeding their investigation, or their activities. Now, what's happening is that the agents, as you said earlier, their ego gets upset.
Yeah.
And they want to control everything to the nth degree, and they feel like if they're not in total control with absolute control, that they have the right then to use unlimited means to carry out whatever their will is, whether it's pepper spray, violence, tackling somebody, shooting them in the eye with a projectile, which happened unfortunately yesterday. Somebody lost an eye. This is a problem.
I've got that video.
There's going to have to be some kind of balance. The organization, in my view, needs to understand that when you repeatedly and pervasively violate people's civil rights without provocation, that is going to result in citizen backlash, and I think rightly so.
Yeah, and to your point, let me play this video because it you know, what you said is true. You're allowed to record. You can even fucking follow these pieces of shit around.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
Listen.
How's it going? You guys need to stop following. First and last warning.
It's not illegal.
I know, but it is illegal to impede.
We're not impeding.
Yes, you are.
First and last warning.
In what way are we impeding?
Record on public road.
Let's go. Understood.
You've been warned. First and last warning.
Okay?
No.
A warning for what? An illegal warning?
I'm not impeding.
No, this isn't an illegal warning. Impeding is a violation of 18 USC 111.
No.
18 USC 111 says you can publicly observe.
No.
I'm not
Yes, it
impeding.
does. Yes, it does.
Next time I pull you over, you're gonna get arrested.
I'm not impeding.
For what?
I'm recording with my first.
Tell us how we're impeding.
On a public
Tell us how. Sir. Tell us how we are impeding. Tell us how we are
How
impeding.
am I impeding?
Tell us how we are
You're
impeding.
impeding traffic.
We are not impeding traffic. We are following.
Says the guy parked in the middle of the goddamn road. But this is what they think that they have the authority to do. And I think they've been told that they can do this. And that even though it's, you know, not legal for them to do it, that they're just going to do it anyway. And I think that's probably the point. But thank you, Chip. That's a great distinction you bring up. I appreciate that. Lonnie, go ahead.
So, good morning. How are you?
I'm all right.
That's amazing. Listen, I think what a lot of people might not be realizing that is happening is they are trying to get people to comply with it, right? And so this is just a kind of a reprimand, like, see what happens when you don't comply, see what happens when you don't listen, even though these things are not law, even though his authority does not stretch this far. He wants people to be overwhelmed, stressed out, and in fear so that they automatically comply, right?
That's
They
right.
want people to think that what he's saying is the rule, is the law, and it's not. And I really need people to understand what the law is, what their rights are, what it is that they can and cannot do. Number two, I know a lot of people aren't going to like this part, but unfortunately, they've been doing this for decades. Decades they've been doing this, but the difference between now and decades ago, it happens to be the color of skin, right? Because they only used to do this to black and brown people back in the day. Now it's anybody that doesn't comply, anybody that doesn't listen. Your skin color doesn't matter right now, right? Stop and frisk back in the 80s, right? They were only going after black and brown people back then. They revamped that, and now they're going after anybody they deem suspicious. They want to use your accent, you know, because you sound different. I live up north. Lib lives down south. His accent is definitely different than mine. That doesn't mean we're both not U.S. citizens.
I don't have an accent. You have an accent. What are you talking about?
See? And so this is the thing that I think people don't understand, especially those that seem to think that they are, what they're doing is okay. You know, they
M
want you
dot.
to comply.
I muted you. You got some background noise. I'll get to you here real soon. Sorry. Go ahead, Lonnie, and finish up.
They want people to comply in advance, right? And so even watching the thing that happened with Renee Good, right? So many people have cognitively decided to agree that she did something wrong, right? When we know that even if she did do something wrong, that in most states, discharging your duty weapon in a residential area is highly frowned upon because of potentially hurting other people, innocent bystanders. And they should have just pursued her, pulled her over, pit maneuvered, and arrested her. But that's not what they wanted to do. So,
Right.
in my honest opinion, while they didn't technically declare martial law, I feel like they're trying to get us to some sense of normalcy so that we believe that we're under martial law when they try to say we are in martial law. And that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lonnie. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and bring in a minute and a half for everybody's entry. That way we can get to everybody, because I'd like opposition on the bottom. So if you're opposition, let me know a few times in the comments, because I don't see every comment. But let me bring that in so everybody gets, we can get through everybody. Rocky, please go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. LLM, I don't have time to stay on the live. Thank you for bringing me up. But yeah, like I said in the comment, you don't fight it, then you fight it at court. You don't risk your life fighting a police officer. You do it in court the right way at your hearing. That's all I got, though. But I got to go. I'm in the middle of a meeting.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, if you want to come back up, you're welcome to it.
I definitely will. I'm going to follow you.
All right, man. Appreciate you. All right. Only good vibes. Go ahead.
Hi. Good morning. It's what we're seeing is just it's crazy. It's disgusting. We have people out there that are just running around kidnapping people, based off of lies, right? And then you have people out here supporting this, trying to justify what this ICE agent did, saying that we should just comply. No, we shouldn't comply. I don't know. I just lost for words. It's just really disgusting, and I can't believe people are still supporting this. I mean, let's just call what they are, what it really is. They are just, schnazis running around. I mean, we have the government, we have this administration quoting that group. So I don't know how people are just supporting this and not seeing what it really is, what they're really doing. Is that they spread lies to target a group of people, and people are there just hateful. It's all about the hate, the cruelty.
It is. Well,
ahead, I'm sorry.
to the prompt, do you think that you should comply with an unlawful arrest?
No. If it's unlawful, why would we comply to that?
Yep.
I mean, because then they can do whatever they want, and we're just sit there supposed to be silent and comply? No. That's why we have the Second Amendment. That's why we're able to protect ourselves as well.
I mean, that's what they've been telling us for a long time, right? It looks like my timer may have crashed out here at 18 seconds.
If it's illegal as well, why would we comply to that as well? No warrants. Why would we comply to those things? If they're not following the law, why should we?
Yeah, and if you comply with an unlawful arrest, how can you also call yourself free when the government gets to kidnap you like whenever they want or whatever they want?
We're not.
MDOT was also opposition to that, but he dropped, I guess. I was actually looking forward to what he said, so if you're wanting to come back up, you're welcome to it. I think we have another space.
Just one more thing really quick, too.
Sure.
Is where these ICE agents, people are not getting in their faces. They're not obstructing. They are falling behind them at a safe distance. They're recording them, which you're allowed to do legally. And these people, these ICE agents, are just getting angry. It's their ego. They're upset because they think they don't have control of. They want to control the situation, right? So we can do that legally, but they're just angry. Their ego, and this is the result of that.
Absolutely, yeah. Let me play this video real quick, because I believe this is the one where they basically admit the reasoning behind shooting Renee. Let's watch this.
Talk to me for a second, my man. I ain't gonna do nothing to you. Just talk to me. You guys think this is a game? This is a big game to you guys? That's why that lady got hurt the other day. It's not a game.
That's why that lady got hurt.
One of us is wearing a mask like it's a game.
It doesn't matter if you wear a mask. I only wear a mask because you guys are cowards and you guys dox people. So,
we're cowards. We don't abduct people. No one wants you here. No one wants you here. People want our neighbors.
Yeah, that's why she was hurt. That lady was hurt the other day. No, she was hurt because you guys are murderous thugs. And, I can't tell if this is just pure dominance, what this guy just did in that video, or if it's just pure ego, or a mixture of both. This guy, how dare they call into question what I'm doing? I don't know. I just can't. I can't get on board with this, let yourself be arrested when you know you've done nothing wrong. The Supreme Court agrees with me, actually. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but the Supreme Court has ruled. Matter of fact, I got it pulled up. I can read part of that to you guys. In case you've never heard of that. Has anybody ever heard that court case, US v. Bad Elk?
No.
Yeah, it's from 1900. Guy killed.
They go. Sorry.
No, do what? Go ahead.
They're going back that far, huh?
Well, the Trump administration goes back to the 1800s. Why can't we go back to the 1900s? Because that precedent was never overturned. Instead, what states did was they shored it up by saying that, if an officer is trying to arrest you, you have to comply, or that in and of itself is a crime. But I'm sorry. But if if it's an unlawful arrest and they kidnap you, how is that free? How are you free? I don't. Oh, here's MDOT. I'd like to hear from MDOT. So I think you disagree. MDOT, you there? You teacupped on me.
My apologies, man. I was finishing up a phone call. I have about 5 minutes until my next phone call happens.
You're good. Go ahead, man.
I was just saying that, an unlawful arrest, even if it is unlawful, are you really going to risk your life? Are you going to really risk escalating the situation, fighting with police, equating charges from trying to state that it's not, trying to fight the unlawful arrest, or is it best to fight it in court? I had my best friend's parents, they were criminal defense attorneys, and the first thing they told us when we were kids, do not fight the police. Do not argue. Comply. We will fight it in court if we ever need to. That's just the right way to go about it. I mean, I wouldn't risk my life by trying to fight a police officer doing something unjust, because if it is truly unjust, it will be uncovered in court.
Will it?
Typically.
It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got a timer.
What about all the times that it does work that way? What about all the times that it does work?
Let me give you an example. We get
who is that talking? Papodi, hold on real quick. He's still got a timer, and then I'll come to you because you technically would have been before him, but he was up here earlier. So you're at 30 seconds, MDOT. You can go ahead. I'll give you your time back.
An incredibly privileged take coming from a gentleman that's African American. I don't know how that would be a privileged take when we're the minority. Just because I had a friend whose parents were criminal defense attorneys and told us the right way to go about handling things doesn't make us privileged. It just was knowledge.
Well,
every time I've ever been in trouble with law enforcement, I've always complied. I've always obeyed. If it escalated, it never did because I listened to what they had to say. Typically, whatever the charge may be is lessened.
Well, now, to that point, let me ask you. So it almost felt like you were coming at it from it's more convenient and less, risky to you to do this. But do you think that legally in the U.S. you have to abide by an unlawful arrest? Because what you should do and what you have to do sometimes are two different things. I'm sure you would agree.
I understand that viewpoint, but I mean, I'm not going to risk. I mean, yes, you can try to fight it. You can ask for a sergeant. If the sergeant agrees with you, great. If not, then you fight it out in court. At the end of the day, you're going to have to fight it out in court. I mean, more than likely, you're not just going to be able to throw them off whatever power trip they may be on if they are on one. You're going to have to fight in court regardless. So the best thing to do is fight it in court.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't give them any grief. Don't give them any issue. Don't try to fight them. Don't try to make them angry. Don't try to worsen the situation for yourself and the people around you. Don't expose yourself to an opportunity for them to do something that, of course, they wouldn't want to do.
right, can I get my 30 seconds?
Well, you'll get 90, but yes, Popoti, go ahead. And thank you, M. Dot. I appreciate the viewpoint. I disagree, but I appreciate it either way. Go ahead, Popoti.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm going to drop, but I'm going to listen. Don't think I'm leaving, Popoti.
Yep.
I got a call in 2 minutes.
Well, you're welcome to come back up, too. I'll bring you back in. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so the first thing I'm going to say is that we are not going to obey or die. That is not what we're going to do. The second thing is that what he just said is in a fantasy world that works, but in real life, when you get arrested and you fight unlawful arrest, and then you fight that or fight back, first of all, the police officers know the prison guards. The prison guards know the court system, the judges. The judges know everybody, so they're all in cahoots. I'm not going to say against you, but they all join together, to fill the prison systems. Like, that's their whole entire job, is to fill the prison systems. They don't care about you. They're not going to be like, hey, I'm going to arrest this person. They're going to fight it and they're going to get out of it. No, their whole thing is to arrest you and fill the system, to get their quotas, to get their donations from the prisons. So yes, in theory, we should obey the police officers. In theory, we should just be able to fight it in court. But at the end of the day, they're just filling quotas. They're just filling whatever they're going to get a raise from, whatever they're going to get more money from. You don't become a good, restaurant owner or a burger maker by not making burgers.
All right. And thank you, Popoti. Who is that?
I got skipped over.
Who?
Me, if nobody else was up.
Well, no,
but I wasn't here.
Well, hold on. Somebody said, can I get a chance to talk? Who was that?
That was me, Rocky.
Rocky.
Remember, I started to talk, and the guy below me that just left started talking, and then.
Oh, well, I thought you had to go. You said you had to go.
No,
did
I didn't.
That was the guy below him that had to go, I think. That said he had to go. He'd be.
I'm pretty sure Rocky said you only had, or then I apologize. Then maybe he was talking. I thought it was you. Please go ahead, Rocky. My apologies.
Yeah, I think civil liberties is a gift that we've gotten from our framers. Our civil rights, and that's impeding on our civil rights. We need to stand up and group. We need to group en masse against it. Now, I agree with the guy that was down below me. When you are getting arrested, you have to comply. Fighting would make it worse. And I think that the people of color in this country, we're the YT people now are seeing what's really happening in this country, and in our government, corruption runs deep, way deep. We have a government is so corrupt, it's pathetic. I mean, how corrupt and broken is our government that we got Donald Trump as a president after J6? Where the hell was Biden and Merrick Garland? Sleep at the wheel, I guess. After J6, they should have went over there with stormtroopers and arrested his ass. And they did nothing. They thought he was going to go away, but he didn't go away. Now he's president. Now we got to put up with another 3 years of this bastard.
So I agree with most of what you said, but then you also believe that U.S. citizens should just put their wrists out and let themselves be kidnapped?
Well, what can you do? If you start fighting,
what can you do? Okay, so
these people only have 2 weeks.
Let me put it to everybody. Let me put it to everybody this way: we have gotten so lazy in this country with our rights.
Yeah.
And we've gotten so judgmental to other people because, and I'll tell this stupid story. This is such a meaningless, stupid situation that I dug my heels into and do it every time something like this comes up And even though I know it's petty, if I were to bring this to the public would be, why don't you just comply? Why are you being hard-headed? When I went to pick up my daughter from school, she was in 6th grade at the time. She had a doctor's appointment. And you go into the foyer, you go into the office, right? You push a button, they open the door. In there, they've got this machine that you scan your driver's license, and it runs background checks on you, right? Whatever background checks they are. Now, if I was going into the school, that would be different, but I wasn't. I was picking up my child to leave. And they're like, well, you have to scan your driver's license to run a background check. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that. Why not? Because I don't have to, and I'm not going to, because what are you going to do? Not give me my child? Is that what you're going to do? And so they got really pissed. But in my mind, I'm like, I know that this is a petty, stupid thing, and that almost everybody probably goes over there and they don't even think about it, and they just swipe. We've gotten to that point where the government is asking you to do something that you don't have to do, and actually demanding it, threatening to, withhold your child from you if you don't do these things, and we just do it. And
but
so
you said a key word. The key word, what you just said,
what?
They'll get pissed. And these ICE agents have no training. And, 2 weeks. And then they'll get, you never know what the hell they might do.
So the point being, though, that we've gotten so used to just, even though to us, like, why in the fuck do I need to do that to get my child? Just I'll hand you my license. They wouldn't even look at my driver's license. They wanted me to go over there and fucking swipe. And they ended up calling the police. And of course, the principal was a good person. And I told her, I was like, look, I just give me the damn child. I don't know why this is a big deal for y'all. And so she let me sign them out on paper, like I'd been doing for the last 5 years. Well, yeah, the assistant principal was. But see, look, had I brought that to the public's attention on Facebook or whatever, society would have been against me. They would have opposed my saying, no, fuck you. I'm just, I didn't say fuck you at the school, but that's beside the point. But because we've gotten so used to that compliance, now we're here. And now when it matters most, we still have this notion that you have to just do whatever the government tells you to do, even when you know that what they're doing is wrong. I don't get it.
Can I just add?
I don't get it.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So also when you comply, they push you back, and then when you actually comply, they push you even more, and then they attack you when you push back. So it's like, even if you comply, they still go after you. You know what I mean? It's like they keep pushing you into what limit until you push back, and then they arrest you. I've seen this in so many ICE videos now. And
what's the answer though? Sorry, I didn't see your timer.
Well, our forefathers told us what the answer is. They put it on paper. They gave us, hey, this is what could happen one day. We just need to follow that. Like, we can't just be like, we have to obey everything. Like, the Tea Party, I'm from Boston. We know what we have to do. We're just too scared to do it. We think that this is just going to pass like everything else, but it's not. It's getting worse.
We're too comfortable. We're too comfortable with life. And, and scared, just like you said. Now, I think
Tim, if I can,
it'll be either Benjamin or Scott is next.
Yeah, I'd like to say something if possible.
Yeah, go ahead, Benjamin. 90 seconds for your initial timer.
Okay, I will say with the school thing, it's probably a good idea just because of everything that goes on, and they want to make sure that you're their parent, unless you know them on a name-to-name basis. But anyways, yeah, I see your point on that as well. But as far as these
that point, let me pause the timer. That was the only school in that entire district that ever did that, right? Otherwise, you would sign them out. I tried to hand them my license so that they could look and see that I was the person. they wouldn't take it. They wanted me to go to swipe it. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. That's unlawful, search. You have no right to do a background check on me. I'm not going into your school. I'm just picking up my child.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
But, like, this whole ICE agent deal, like, it sucks because, both sides have their points. Everybody's going to argue their point to the death. But what are we really going to do? I mean, for me, it's like I'm not going to put myself in a situation. I know you would because you're real, big on fighting for this, right? And I can understand that too, but I just don't understand where we're going to go. We've got 3 years minimum of this left. I just, I kind of what the other guy was saying, like, I get pulled over, there's my license, there's my deal, you do your job. If I'm in the wrong, I'm in the wrong. If need be, we'll go to court, fight it out. I've told my son that every time my son's he's gotten pulled over, maybe twice, 3 times since he's young, he's 8, 19. He's done exactly what I told him to do. Yes, sir. No, sir. And within seconds, he's in and out and moves on down the road. I know ICE agents are different, but why just? I mean, I don't. Let's look at it this way, and then I know my timer stopped. If we're gonna put ourselves in those positions, let's go full stop. Let's fucking run it. Like, and that goes back to what you're saying, Tim. Everybody's scared. And for good reason, but don't half-ass it. If you're going to run it, run that shit. If not, get off the pot, shit or get off the pot. If you're going to go disturb and blow whistles, this, that, whatever, all y'all get together and run it.
Blowing whistles? Leave. The horror.
Well, I mean, do whatever, whatever they're doing. Whatever they're just do it together as a whole and make something out of it, because
well, that's what it's building to. And you asked, what do you do? If you continue to comply, it will just keep getting worse. If you don't ever revoke consent of the governed, which is what this is, because if you continue to let them do it, right, the government will be violent against you to pursue its ends. It always has been that way.
But should we just let them do what they're doing as far as rounding up illegals? Should we just let? I mean, but why are we fighting for illegals? I guess
if that's what they were doing, hold on. If that's what they were doing, you might have a point because ICE has operated in that way for as long as they've been in existence. But what they're doing now is not that. They're not just doing that. They're going into convenience stores and just asking people who have dark skin, are you a citizen? And some of these people, even when they produce an identification, they won't even look at them. They'll still put them into the car, take them somewhere else to do a face scan, and then drop their asses somewhere. So this isn't even about that. They're in my opinion, this is about those face scans. They want to get as many fucking face scans as they possibly can.
Yeah,
for
what about the Native Americans?
Whatever purpose.
The Native Americans that were just stopped. They were pulled out of their car. They were beaten and everything.
Right, punched in the fucking face.
Native Americans because they were brown, not because of anything else.
Yep. So we can't do what? Only good?
No, I say we should just call it for what it really is.
It's fucking schnazzies. These are schnazzies.
This is a repeat of WW2, and if you're not familiar with history, you should go back and reread history to see.
I just wanted to see what you were going to call it. But if that's the case, then let's fucking run it. Let's run it.
They're targeting a group of people, making them the scapegoat, blaming them for the problems in this country, right? Which they're not the problem. Then they're taking them off to, they say, camps, right? They put them there. People, so far, 30 have been unalived in those camps in this country. So they're not being fed. They're not getting health care like they should be getting. Then we have people in the streets. So how many behind the scenes have been unalived as well? How do we know? They're taking them from place to place. They move them state to state. No contact. How do we know what's happening with these people? So far, 30 have been unalived that we were aware of. 30 in the camps. How many behind the scenes? So let's just call this for what it really is. We even have Congress and this administration quoting them.
Yeah.
Well, you have to think that we set
Scott
the
has
rich
not
people
spoken
target.
yet, but you can go ahead and land your plane quickly if you want, and then I got to get to Scott. Go ahead.
I think what we did wrong was we set these rich people as our leaders, and they're not going to help us because they're profiting from all this. And I think that's the major problem. We have these people making money off of what's going on, of everything that's going on. They don't care. We need to get new leaders. We need to get leaders that are going to fight for us, not for money.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Scott, please, 90 seconds. Go ahead, man.
Thanks, Tim. So here's the deal. First of all, where's when it comes to the ICE training, do they get tested for psychologically? Do they get asked questions that a normal police officer and the training that they do so that they can handle situations like Renee the other day, where the ICE officer had already what was it? He had already something that happened to him 6 months ago, and that was the reason for, one of the reasons why they said it was okay, because he got dragged, and so he had PTSD or whatever the hell it was called. What's he even doing there then? Why is he even working then? If he has a situation with his brain where it's not, what the hell is he doing there? But that's fine. Listen, at the end of the day, these people, I think some of them are psychologically not supposed to be there. In other words, I think they have hate issues, or they got problems. There's some brain issues that are not working there. And we're allowing this to happen in the country. Now, I'm Canadian, and we up here, believe this or not, this is the sad part, we've got about 20 to 25% of Canadians that want ICE up here. This is the psychological problem that human beings have. They're accepting something that is wrong. They're accepting. I heard Benjamin say, comply, obey, this, that. Really? On people that are literally breaking the law, pulling you over, they don't have the right to do so, and so on.
Yeah.
And we have to comply. We have to obey with people that probably are not 100% there. They may have issues, and they're going after skin color. This is all about the YT community. As a white man, I know that for a fact. Nobody will ever tell me anything different. They're going after anybody with color. And they'll go to your vehicle and say, what is your origin? Where's your license? Where's your this? And where's your that?
Right.
I live about 30 minutes from the border.
Go ahead and land your
I
plane.
go to Buffalo a lot, and I'm landing my plane real quick. I have tickets tomorrow night to see Montreal and Buffalo because I've gone many times. I am not going anymore. I am that scared to go across the border now. Where in the hell have we gone in our lifetime where I have to say that now? How sad is that? And this is where we're at. Thank you.
It is. And it's honestly, I put this at the feet of a culture of compliance that we've gotten ourselves into. Just like Benjamin was saying, or the other people. Well, it's easier, and you're not going to lose your life if you just comply. Yeah. I'm sure said all people of all dictatorships in the history of dictatorships. I'm sure that's what they all said. Well, I just don't want to die. Well, you're not living if you don't have a right to your own fucking bodily autonomy. What kind of life is that?
Nobody wants to die.
What kind of life is that? Well, I don't want to live. I don't want to live. I don't want to live unfree either.
Right.
So
we have to fight for what's right.
Well, let me, Chip, you've been quiet for a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things that's been ruminating as I've been thinking this through, remember that the Israelis have a large role in training these people as well as communicating with leadership. One of the things the Israelis have done, hate it or not, successfully, is they've provoked people over and over and over in the territories. And when they finally lash out and respond, they then point to the response and use it as a justification to further clamp down on their right of movement and stuff. My guess is, and again, I can't tell you what's in their heads, but my guess is that they're goading the public right now, enraging people, which it's working, in order to get us to respond in such a way that they can increase the amount of martial law and deployment around the country. That's my best guess is what's happening here. So as hard as it is to take it on the chin and kind of, go fight in court or whatever the case may be, I think that's where this is headed.
Sure. I don't disagree with that assessment. But again, if isn't that worth the fight? You know what I mean? Comply so that I don't fully take over and become a tyrant.
Yeah, it's an outrageous violation of people's liberties. I agree.
Yep.
The principal thing to do is to fight. I agree. But the problem is, where does the power lie? And unfortunately, in our system, the way it's set up, the judges and the police forces and the prosecutors, they have the right of holding your body and doing things to you temporarily that are very unpleasant until you can have your day in court. And it sucks. It's a bad situation. You would think.
Oh, we lost you, Chip.
Sorry, I got a phone call. You'd think that leadership would sort of have a better sense of justice and decency, but of course, that's just not the case, unfortunately.
You have to look at the U.S. history. Like, it's not in the history for them to follow the rules. Look at what they've done to every single immigrant in U.S. history. Even the Asians, they were used to build the train tracks. And then after that, they had mass deportations of them, mass jailings, mass whatever. Like, this is not in the U.S. history for them to follow the rules. You know?
I mean, look at
and
why doesn't Tuveri come up? God, I'd love to talk to you. Come on up, Tuveri. God, he'd be great up in here. Yeah, get him up and send him an invite. Oh,
federal agent, regardless of how much you cry about. Oh, I see. Let me play this clip real quick. I think this is the one where the guy, is basically threatening to shoot him. Oh, yeah.
For what?
Stop fucking following us. You are impeding operations. This is the United States federal
I live
government.
over here. I got to get to my house.
This is your warning.
Got to get to
All
my
right?
house.
Go home to your kids.
Go to church.
Go to home to your kids. This is your last warning.
I serve
the
the Lord.
I will arrest you.
Look at he's got his fucking
why is this
gun
gun
drawn
out?
Yeah. You know why.
These people are sick human beings.
You should be in church.
Just wait for it. It's coming.
I'm not making any bad decision. I'm peaceful. I serve the Lord. Not a draft dodging coward. Have a great day, sir. You too. God bless. Let these people go to church. Let these people serve the Lord and worship. Let people let
I guarantee you that. I guarantee you're not going to like the outcome. Go home to your children. It's Sunday.
Yeah, go exactly. Let people go to
church.
church.
You did not learn from what just happened? Go home to
learn
your kids.
What?
Did you not learn from what just happened? He's talking about Renee.
Mm-hmm.
That was a message.
Go home. Do what I say. Like
this. I'm sorry, but we're, when the government is doing this, we cannot just allow that. We just can't. Because what message does that send? That we won't fight back?
Nope.
I have a theory. I think this is a setup for more to come. I think that the Orange Man's he's gonna put the military into a point where we cannot fight him not being a king.
Has anyone seen the video of the guy saying, if you do not comply, you will not die?
Yeah.
I think so. I may have it. I've got so many damn videos now, though.
I have it posted up on my TikTok. If anyone
There's a
wants to see
brand
it.
new one that
Let me
there's
see.
just two people standing on the road, and they went after. There are two people. One was white, one was black. Guess which one they went and ran, and 7 of them tackled. I'll give you a hint.
Not racist,
It
but
wasn't the white guy.
racially profile the
ridiculous.
black guy, right?
Totally.
So I'm looking at your page. I don't see a video like that.
It's on like the it's like a new posted one.
Like a repost?
No, not a repost. It's posted.
My question is, if Obama did this 10 years ago or 15 years ago, where would MAGA be then? What would they be saying right now? Would they be complying to all this? Would they be going, yes, sir, no, sir, three bags
They were
full,
saying
sir?
this about Obama while he was in office. They were saying that Obama was going to do exactly what Donald Trump is doing right now. They were saying that Obama was going to do that. They even there was this conspiracy going around of these plastic cremation boxes, like hundreds of thousands of them, and he's coming, he's going to start unaliving everybody. These were Republicans saying this, who are MAGA now. They were making this shit up back then. And then the moment that it's in their face, they're like, oh, please, make me do it, Daddy. Make me do it.
I'll just let everyone know.
Tim, let me ask. Sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
I was going to say, let everyone know, I think both political parties are equally corrupt and they should have never existed.
Thank you. That's kind of what I was going to say, Tim, is at the end of the day, I was talking to my son, and I'm trying to explain this, and he's like, I said, it will pass. I said, don't get yourself in a jam where when this does pass, and he said, Dad, I don't know if it's going to pass, and I said, well, you actually kind of have a good point. At the end of the day, what's going on is both parties, it's tit for tat.
This
We're
is
going to
not
get you
tit for
here.
tat.
You're going to get us there. We're going to get you here. So
this is not tit for tat, Benjamin.
Ben. Here's
Look,
the problem.
I don't.
I think
you
it
know.
is tit for tat, though.
No, I think you know. I'm very vocally opposed to what the DNC has been doing for a long, long time now. I mean, just go look at my YouTube channel. People think I'm fucking MAGA because I am so irritated by what they do. But this isn't tit for tat. This is a tyrant doing tyranny shit.
Mm-hmm.
Democrats didn't do this. They never did this. Now, they may have played and had a hand in leading to this, but they didn't do this. So we're not going to act like the two are the same. The two are problematic. There's no doubt about that. But they're not the same.
No.
Same as in, I mean, I would have to say it's obviously going to be worse if you want to look at it as Republicans being worse right now because Trump's in power. But if Democrats get power back, it's going to be, just is it going to be another 4 years of now we're going to get back everything that we, want to push our agenda and that, so is it ever going to end? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's
what's their agenda?
It's a waste of life. Huh? Well, I don't know.
So
I
okay.
don't know what it is.
So let's do a thought experiment, shall we? Benjamin, you're breaking up, but let's do a thought experiment. Let's say a Democrat takes over at the end of Trump's second term. And for 4 years, they go after the ICE agents who are on video committing crimes. And they start arresting them, investigating them, etc. Would you say that's tit for tat, Benjamin?
I'm trying to wait for a little bit of a better signal here.
If Democrats... Okay, he's breaking up. Well, if anybody else wants to answer that.
I think that the Democrats always want to go partisan. Like, they always want to meet Republicans halfway. And it's like, that's the problem. Like, the Republicans don't care about anybody else. Like, they just want to make money. They ruin their states. They ruin their cities. And then Democrats are like, yeah, let's just meet halfway. That just doesn't work.
They're going to have, if there's an election, if a Democrat gets back in, they got so much work to do. I think ICE will be a part of that, but my Lord, they're gonna find so much. I mean, in my opinion, what's going on in that White House with SMS, I call him small man syndrome because that's what I think he is. He's got problems, and with what he has done to this country, I don't know, honestly, if there's a leader that can come back and get control of it again. I really don't think it's going to happen.
Speaking of small man syndrome, I've got a video of a guy who, this guy.
I like to add something.
Sorry about your dick,
been
bro. Is what comes to mind. Go ahead, Second Revolution.
There was a bill that passed that unaccompanied children can now be strip searched by ICE.
What?
I hadn't heard of that. Do you know what the bill number is?
It's on my TikTok. I have it posted.
Yeah, the videos that I see you post, or there's a lot of AI stuff.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
So, what? I mean, are you you keep referring to your TikTok?
It's just things I see, but
what
the guy
video are you
there's a
talking
slogan-
about? Because I'm looking at your channel and I'm seeing a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I see it here.
It's the one with white.
Okay, I see it here. HR 4371. Let's look it up. I'll look it up. Until we verify that, we're just gonna Kayla Hamilton Act.
Where Ben was
vetting
talking
and placement for unaccompanied children by mandating stricter checks for gang affiliation like tattoos and criminal history, and imposing tighter sponsor requirements with supporting arguments that prevents exploitation and crime. Let me, because TikTok is full of bullshit, guys.
Oh, isn't it ever?
Allow
Did you see what
searching.
the older millennial did, and then he had to take it all down again? God, that man's a different individual, man.
I try my best to find stuff that is not AI.
Okay, so
First of all,
I threw it in there. Let's see, section 235 C2A II. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm going to look this up and we'll read through it.
Oh, no problem. But I mean, when what happened to Renee, terrible. And then all of a sudden, of course, the right's just having a heyday and they're having a love day because of what happened. And then you have people like the older millennial posting things that her wife was arrested for putting cigarettes out on the kids' arms, and that's why the kids were gone. And that was one report from X, which has been debunked. And then the second one came out with an actual report about this, and he posted that, and that was debunked, and he had to take all that down. But this is the thing: you got to be, you have to be somewhat smart when you're posting stuff to make sure that this is, because that woman now can sue the bag off that guy. And that's where you got to be really careful, especially on TikTok these days. That's all I'm saying. Just so you're doing the right thing by doing your investigation first. My goodness.
Okay, so this bill allows strip searching as much as a prison allows strip searching. Right. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't say you can now strip search children, but it's 12 and older. They look for tattoos, gang tattoos and stuff. And to do that, they would remove the clothing. But they also would do that in prison. So it's not like that's, outside the,
But a 12-year-old
normal.
But 12-year-old's not going to a regular prison. So that doesn't make sense.
Well, they still will search them. They will still search them.
In juvie?
Yes. I'm certain that they'll make them bend over and cough and look at their butthole and all that shit. Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah, because otherwise rugs get in.
Yeah, but these people are not trained. So what? I don't know. I think that's just an excuse. I mean, multiple ICE agents have been arrested for rape already. So like,
I've been arrested for possession of marijuana, but.
And did they make you bend over and cough?
I was only 18 when it happened.
Damn.
I mean, but they still searched you?
Yeah, they searched me because I was that age to go to big boy jail.
Yeah, I imagine they probably have to call like CPS or somebody. I don't know, who they would do, but it's.
I mean, they would do it in juvie for sure, but they're trained people that know what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
but in that bill, it doesn't say anybody can do this.
Yeah.
Is my point. Like, we're,
yeah.
but either way, I mean, back to the original point, which is complying with unlawful arrests. Why do we do it? Should we stop? What does that look like?
You cannot comply to people that are unlawful to you. How? To sit there and say yes, sir, no, sir, to people that are pulling you over, which they're not supposed to do, making you roll down your window, which they're not supposed to do, trying
Breaking
to
your
get
window,
into
too.
your vehicle, which they're not supposed to do. All of this is ridiculous that we are. When did this all of a sudden become okay? When Donald Trump walked into the White House?
It is a good question. I mean, I'm sure, Scott, you're old enough to remember a time where you followed the law and you respected the police and so forth. And I know the comeback's going to be, well, we don't respect ICE because they're pieces of shit. And I get that too. It's a tricky situation to be in, a tricky time to be in. But I'm not going to put myself in that area. Like, I don't know. And I know Tim would. And I can appreciate that. I know Tim would be on the corner right now. If they were right in his area, he'd be out there hooping and hollering. And I can appreciate that. I'm just not going to do it myself. I guess it comes with the territory. If you're willing to put yourself out there, just know that in these times, you may not go home, unfortunately. So,
well, I mean, I got to go back. I mean, I'm
killed.
62 years old, so let's go back to the Vietnam days. Let's talk, and how much there was.
I can't go that far back. I'm not
I
as
know,
old as
but
you.
I'm just saying I can, and I'm just saying that there was a lot of backlash in the 70s, man. I'm telling you, it was, and it had to happen, and because there were things that just were going on not in the United States. I mean, Canada was there as well. And I'm just saying that there was a lot of people that weren't happy with what the hell was going on. And again, it was divided, right? It was very divided. But what's happening now, what's going on now is the fact that people are putting their hands on you. People are doing things that they're not supposed to be doing. And we have to comply to that because that's the way it is. I don't know, man. I just can't. I'm not going to let somebody unlawfully touch me or do anything to me because I'm not going to let it happen.
Well, let me read. This is from that court case. If the officer have no right to arrest, the other party might resist the illegal attempt to arrest him using no more force than was absolutely necessary to repel the assault constituting the attempt to arrest. That was written by the Supreme Court in 1900. Common law says that you don't have to comply with an unlawful arrest.
They're just breaking all the laws. There's something going on in my community saying that they're robbing people's cars, they're taking jewelry, they're taking their wallets, they're taking their cash.
So where's Congress? Why? And I know you're going to say, well, we don't listen to Congress. But at the same time, like, that's their job. Like, they got to step up.
And they're not.
And they're not. I mean, it's fucked
You're
up.
100% correct, Benjamin.
Who
because they're
needs to step up?
profiting.
Everybody that opposes this, which from what I see, it's building. So I guess all we can do is continue to build on it. I don't know.
But we have a Congress right now who's allowing things like Venezuela, probably Greenland, and God knows what else, and they're just going to allow it. And so if they're going to bow to the king, and that's what I'll say, then what else can we do? They're bowing to this man.
They literally are. So
then they
what
have
does
to go
that tell
too.
y'all? I mean,
they all have to go too.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. You're fucking right. I mean, if
No.
you're gonna get
Now, Chip earlier made a good point that this is likely the goal. This is why he's doing this, to, have this response. So then you got to weigh playing into their hands or, not complying just out of principle. If you base it off of principle, like I'm my own person, fuck you. You don't get to kidnap me just because you want to. And that leads to this, civil war, whatever you want to call it, fucking revolution, whatever. That plays into their hands because they will capitalize off of that. The rich people will capitalize off of that. They'll be manufacturing the weapons that both sides would use, and they'd sell it, and they'd come and steal land. They'd take your land. The IRS would come in there now that the billionaires have access to all this stuff, and they would take your land, your cars, everything in the process.
There's a couple agencies that need to go away. The ATF, the IRS, and then ICE. Sorry if I hear echo somewhere.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think people should really think about this, the concept of unalive by 1,000 cuts, because there's no doubt either his administration or future administrations that support these types of policy would further encroach on our civil liberties. Right? So you can either, like I said, you stand up or you just wait for them just to take it away from you, all your liberties.
This also could
they
be,
always said, give me liberty or give me death.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, it was on another live. This was brought up, and it was basically examined Clive Bundy. The people that were grazing their land or grazing their cattle on public lands and refusing to pay the fees. They stood up. They were armed against federal officers.
This also could be gaslighting. They could be just like setting us up for this, but then stealing behind our backs. Like ever since Luigi came and did what he did,
Tim,
and
I have to drop, but I'd like to come back if I can.
they saw
sure.
Yeah, they saw the citizens went against them. This all could be just gaslighting for them to make more money, or so they don't see that they're stealing like taxpayer money from us.
I'd like at least one more opposition. So if you're opposition, I've got 5 people in the request box. Please let me know, because I don't know your stance on the prompt, just by your request.
If you examine Trump's MO, modus operandi, he's like that teenage, I guess you call it kid, or even in the early 20s, where he makes outrageous remarks, especially towards women, and hopefully and tests the waters. How offended will she be? Or hey, maybe she's not offended, and I'll pursue even further. Right, that's exactly what is done.
What does that have to do with the prompt?
Oh, I'm just talking about what's going on in general with the current affairs with Miss Green or Miss Good, and how we're losing our civil liberties because of this. The government, especially Trump, is pursuing a program that is stripping us of our liberties.
Could you do this, Tim? Could you come up with okay? Could we come up with an agency of our own? Right? Is there somebody that's rich that has the money to put together an agency to, instead of civilians like us just following around, honking horns, blowing whistles, could somebody put together an agency that has their own gear, that has some sort of what am I trying to say? An agency that can basically, yeah, you're exactly right. So could that not happen? Follow ICE around and actually have some structure. That was the word. Militia, yes, that's a good one. Structure too, to where it's
Paramilitary.
organized and actually get some shit done. That would be a better approach to ICE.
by get some
just,
shit by get some shit done. What do you mean? Because at this point, it's
Well-
about not complying, which
Right.
implies that you no longer have consent. Now, I'm not talking
So
about
I
going
would
out
say-
there and just, with militias taking over towns and police departments, and this is our town. We're not talking about that. I mean, maybe at some
Well,
point.
I
but-
just mean an organized protest. Instead of, just blowing whistles and honking horns, have the quote unquote, and I don't even like saying that word on TikTok, to be quite honest with you. Unfortunately, that's how scared, it's gotten that bad. But an organized group to go out there and have an organized protest, and maybe, have a lawyer out there, have people that are, we'll stand and we will do this and don't touch us. And now we have actual TV cameras out there and actual setup, and not just, we caught it on a cell phone camera. No, have actual video cameras, news cameras out there at every fucking little turn. And maybe that would drum up enough.
They're already doing that, though. Like, that's already happening.
You think?
Yes. And then what right-wing media will do is turn around and say, look, they're paid agitators. Yeah.
Well, they are.
Yeah.
They're not paid agitators.
Thomas Jefferson talked about creating a well-formed militia under a tyrannical government.
Right.
Can I
speak real quick?
There is an agency.
Sure.
It's called your police. Demand accountability from your police.
So
state
They're
and local
helping
police.
ICE.
Hold
Absolutely.
They're helping
hold
ICE. They're
Hold
helping
on. So the question becomes, is the average citizen educated enough in the law to know what the difference between a lawful order and what an unlawful order is? And I'm going to tell you the answer is no. And if they're not educated, just hear me out. If they're not educated enough to come up with whether or not something's lawful or unlawful in the moment or the situation that they're in, encountering all law enforcement. I'm not just going to say ICE, I'm saying all law enforcement, okay? Then my suggestion, and it's been like this for many, many, many years before Donald Trump and evil bad Cheeto Man arrived and all of this talk about 1930s whoever, is to comply. And if you have a problem, you can file your 242 deprivation of rights under the color of law litigation. You can file your 1983, 1984, and guess what? You live another day. But if you're not, and this is my position again, people are not educated to figure out whether something's lawful or unlawful. When you don't follow a lawful order, bad things happen because they're going to take care of and control the situation. They're going to break your window. They're going to rip you out of the car. And, again, this escalates things.
They're doing it anyway.
It's not a good idea.
They're doing it anyway. What fucking difference does it make?
They have no jurisdiction.
They're doing it
I don't wanna hear
anyway.
that. That's not true.
They are doing it anyway. What are you talking about?
No,
they
no,
have no.
They have no right over
Listen. They're walking up to
This guy-
people. Listen, they're
Second-
walking
the
up to
second-
people. Hold on. They're walking up to people, and they're asking for documentation of people who are just standing around a fucking convenience store parking lot or on the goddamn sidewalk, and then assaulting them when those people say, "I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to give you my ID. You don't have any reason to ask me for it."
Tim, can I ask you a question? You've seen the videos of the First Amendment auditors. They have a camera in their hand. They're on the sidewalk. Right? Are
As
police
annoying
not
as
doing
they
this-
are.
Hold on. Are cops not doing the same exact thing to them?
In
Be
some
honest.
cases.
Okay, a lot of cases actually.
What does that
right?
have? What does that have to do with anything, though?
What I'm saying here is that when you encounter police officers, regardless of whether you think they're real boys or not. This is the part of the problem with what's going on right now. People that don't
What
know
you're saying
the
makes no
law,
sense.
like Second Revolution here,
What
is
you're saying makes
things
no
like,
sense.
they don't have authorization.
They don't have
dangerous.
authorization.
They do.
They don't. Not over
Okay,
U.S.
so
citizens.
Tim,
ICE agents have no authority over U.S. citizens, period.
Hold on, Tim. Let me ask you.
They don't.
Let me
They
ask you.
don't.
Okay.
By statute, Congress did not grant them any authority over Americans. And that's a fact. You may not like it, but it's a fact, sir. You may want them to be able to do whatever they want to do
Is
to
Title
American
18,
citizens.
111 a law in the federal
It is.
law?
But show where it says that
And
they
what does
can
that
go
say?
up to and
Hold on.
demand the citizenship
what does
papers
that
of
say?
any American person.
What does 18111 say about obstruction?
I don't have it right off the top of my head.
It's a crime, though. Yes, it's a crime.
Are you talking about impeding?
Obstructing and impeding. Correct? Is that a crime?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
so when
following
somebody-
ICE around, documenting what they do, impeding.
I would argue that
Is it
no,
impeding?
but- No.
Okay, then stop, because what you're
Hold on.
doing is arguing
No.
a straw man. No.
No.
You create a, hold on.
Tim?
No, shut up. Because we did this last time. And you ended up getting dropped because you got emotional and you ended up just starting to interrupt. So stop. You're arguing a straw man. The fucking prompt is, should you comply with an unlawful arrest? You're talking about impeding somebody. You just said that impeding isn't following somebody around and documenting what they do. You just admitted that. Yet we know for a fact that
understand
that's what
that.
they're arresting people for. And so
That's not
whenever
what I
I
said,
say
Tim.
unlawful arrest, when an ICE agent goes up to somebody, claims they're impeding when they are in fact not impeding, that is an unlawful arrest. I'm not talking about lawful arrests. You're
But, Tim,
wanting me
I
to
think-
talk about lawful arrests, but that's
No,
not
no,
what
no,
I'm
what
talking about.
What I'm saying, Tim, is that people in this country don't know the law to whether or not they're impeding or just protesting.
That is an assumption.
That's the problem.
That's an assumption.
I see it in on every video
You are
that I
assuming.
watch. No.
You don't
happening,
understand the
Tim.
law.
What constitutes impeding?
You don't
Hold on, Tell us
understand.
what constitutes impeding. Tell us what constitutes impeding so we can understand your definition of it.
Well, it's a physical act, number one. Okay, it can't just be words, right? Can't just be harassing with the words, because words aren't actions, although the Democrats think they are. Okay, it has to be a physical act, like, for example, standing in front of a vehicle. That is a physical act, and that's impeding.
Okay, so is following somebody at a reasonably safe distance, let's say 300 feet or more away, is that impeding?
Nope.
Okay, why are ICE agents threatening to arrest people that are doing that?
And to shoot them.
And they have this line where they're like, "This is the last time we're gonna tell you."
Okay,
so that's where the argument falls short. I don't mind people being held accountable for the law, but that's not within the law.
Hold on.
That's right.
So
They even
regular
have
police officers have what they call an area for their own safety, right? And sometimes they'll put police barricades, or they'll say, "Hey, this is
Has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Our scene."
It has
It does,
nothing to
actually.
do with what we're talking about, Hoodlum. We're talking about unlawful arrests. And you keep pivoting to these lawful arrests of people going in, getting in their face, getting in their way, which is a crime. But if in the course of you defending someone else from assault, in any other instance, you're allowed to do
Again,
that.
you don't
You're
know the
allowed to
law.
defend other people. You are allowed to defend other people who are being assaulted. And if you see
See, you don't-
somebody else, I'm not making this as a fact. This is a thought. If you see somebody else being assaulted through an unlawful arrest by an agent, why do we not apply that same standard to those agents? Because
You're
then
gonna
they
get
are
people
not
killed, Tim.
they are not acting under color of law.
You're going to get people unalive, Tim.
They're
with this kind of
dying
thing.
anyway, Hoodlum.
Oh.
You're getting
No, they're
people
not.
killed while
they're
telling them to comply.
Listen, Tim, what do you do when an officer tells you to get out of your vehicle?
Well, it depends on the
You
circumstance.
ask them why. You ask them why.
It depends on the circumstance. No. Hold on. If I've been pulled over, I have to get out for the safety of the officer. MIMS. They're allowed to ask you to get out of the car. If they didn't pull me over, they have no right to then talk to me. And if they have no right to talk to me because they didn't pull me over, then I have no fucking obligation to get out the goddamn car. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Didn't pull me over. You ain't gonna fucking do shit. It's not a traffic stop at that point.
Well, no,
you can pull up all of these fucking separate issues and you can go because your bitch ass wants people to comply with an unlawful government, with a tyrannical government, and you want other people to die in order to protect the government, but you don't want people to be willing to unalive to protect their fucking freedom. And I have a fucking problem with that, hoodlum.
So, Tim, do you think that there was no officer involved unalivings during the Biden administration?
That has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. No, it doesn't. But Biden, guys, Biden. Let's talk about Biden. Let's talk about Biden.
I just want to make it very clear.
We're dealing with Donald Trump, but let's talk about Biden instead. Bitch, stop.
Is what it is.
Stop. What do you mean fake outrage? Hoodlum, you can go back. Let me say this to you, Hoodlum. If you think I have fake outrage, you need to go back and watch my YouTube videos over the last fucking 15 years. And then eat those goddamn words. Eat your fucking words.
You're telling people
because I've been complaining about this shit for my entire life, Hoodlum.
Tim, is the scene the time to talk about legality, or is that in court?
Well, what you would say is the time is to go to court. But the Supreme Court has ruled that you have a right to resist unlawful arrest.
And at the consequences or potential consequences of what?
Nothing.
Being
if
wrong.
You have a right to resist unlawful arrest. Listen, there's two things. There's two things that'll get you arrested. Them having reasonable, articulable suspicion, meaning they have to tell you, they have to articulate what their suspicion is for arresting you and accusing you of crime.
No, some states
if they don't have that, no. If they don't have that, and there's no warrant. Good luck with that.
Again, do you think that it's wise?
Which state doesn't enforce RAS? And which state?
No, he said they have to tell you.
Which state doesn't enforce jurisdiction?
What do you think articulable suspicion is?
You're being detained for an investigation. That's all they need to tell you.
And again, this is coming from a comply, daddy. Oh, please give it to me, daddy. Make me do it.
I just want to
make me do it, daddy.
I just want to live.
Handcuff me to the bed, and see that's your problem. You just want to live another day. You don't give a shit about your own freedom. You don't care about the freedom of anybody else. You are not willing to sacrifice yourself in any way whatsoever for the greater good, and that's your problem, Hood.
Let me.
You just admitted to it. You just admitted to your problem. You just admitted to it, Hoodlum. You just admitted to it.
Have I recorded and have I been threatened with arrest? Yes, I have.
Yeah, you just admitted to it. That's fine. Look,
Tim,
if you aren't willing to sacrifice yourself,
are willing to put other people's lives in jeopardy for your narrative.
Coming from the second, do you have a right to a pew-pew, Hoodlum?
I have a right to, Second Amendment.
Why?
Sure.
Why? Why do you need a pew-pew?
Why do I need one?
Why do you need a pew-pew, Hoodlum? Are you fucking deaf?
Well, I just want to make sure that I'm answering.
I asked you like 3 times. Think about your response. Go ahead. I know that's why you asked me 3 times. Why do you need a pew-pew, Hoodlum?
Well, some people use them for hunting. Some people use them for self-protection. Some people use them as a hobby.
Self-protection? From who, Hoodlum? From who do you need self-protection from?
Criminals.
Oh, have you ever pulled out a pew-pew and unalived a criminal?
No, I have not.
Is that why the founding fathers wrote the Second Amendment into the Constitution? Why did they write that in there, Hoodlum?
Yeah, it's before a tyrannical government.
Oh,
are you gonna?
Did you ever once make an argument? Did you ever once make that argument ever anywhere on a panel?
Yeah. So again,
Have
Tim,
you ever?
let me ask you: Is this what
Hold
it's
on.
going to come to, Tim?
Have you
Is this what
ever
it's going to
made
come
an
to?
argument that you need that pew pew to ensure that your government doesn't become tyrannical? Have you ever made that argument, Hoodlum?
No, I don't think I have.
Yes, you have.
I have.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about
The time
the government
is now.
I think that holding people in their houses by pew pew and telling them that they can't leave
You
is
gotta
a reason.
don't make me put
But
this
you don't
mask
have any problem
on.
with that.
Why are you
had
making
no
me wear this
problem ratting out
mask?
your neighbor Tim during CBID, right?
I can't
You had
breathe.
no problem with that.
This tyrannical
Whatever.
government making
Listen,
me wear
you guys
these
are going to get
masks.
people hurt. You guys are going to get people hurt. That's
You're
my
getting
point.
people hurt
People are
anyway.
already getting fucking hurt.
I'd rather die on my feet than die on my knees.
Let me ask you: do you think that the
weaseled out of
American
your
people? Do you think the American people had a choice with all of these immigrants flooding into our country?
You think
Please.
American people had a choice when
liberal.
the British were coming in?
Hoodlum weaseled out of your question. Some people own pew pews because of this. Some people own pew pew because of that. But the question is, why does Hoodlum own one? He's trying to weasel his way out of all this shit.
Well, that's what he does.
Well, I own them for all three.
So why couldn't you state that in the beginning versus me having to drag it out of you?
You didn't drag anything out of me, sir.
I believe I just
Oh,
did.
the tyrannical
the
government
panel,
will let me murder my
panel
baby.
just witnessed what
Why
I
won't
said.
the government let me murder my baby?
Jeff, can you? Did
Why
you
won't
not?
the government let me murder
Okay.
my baby?
Okay, bye, Jeff. You're just annoying. I thought maybe this guy would have calmed down, but no. That emotional person is just still going at it. So it's been, an hour and 30 minutes. It's been, I wonder if the whole time he's been off the panel, he's just been yapping like at the TV.
Oh,
like
yeah.
my
In
mom
America.
used to do. These motherfuckers watching C-SPAN. You cocksuckers.
So, Tim, I have a question. Do you think that at some level protesters have some inherent responsibility to know where the line is?
Yes, of course.
Okay, good. Do you think that sometimes protesters can cross that line and become illegal?
Yep.
Okay. Do you think that that the police should have the right to hold those people that have crossed the line to account?
Only the ones that cross the line. Yep.
Right. That's correct.
So
I agree 100%.
So we're just worried about someone that's setting the line and being like, don't cross the line. We're worried about them.
Hoodlum, again, we're talking about unlawful arrest. If somebody throws a fucking water bottle at an agent in a protest, that's not lawful, okay?
That is not. You're correct.
Because the difference here is defensive to prevent a kidnapping from occurring, because that's what it is, an abduction, to prevent that. That's what we're talking about.
Well, technically, it's called a detainment.
Well, if they arrest you and take you to jail, that is called an arrest.
Yes, that is correct.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just curious, like, when did it become like the thing to do to litigate the legality, in that moment? Like, that's called resisting. And if you're wrong about the legality of your actions and whether or not they're giving you lawful or unlawful orders, is that you can face some pretty serious consequences. So what I'm saying is, I don't think the American people are educated enough in what's legal and what's not legal to make it that moment when you put up your fight. I would rather, and here's my position, I would rather have that fight be put up in court when you can get verification of your standing.
Yeah, tell that to the kid that was in jail for 2 years and then unalived themselves.
Okay, well,
because
there's
they couldn't
always
afford
outliers,
bail.
Tim.
Because they couldn't afford bail. Tell that to them. Yes, there's always outliers, and you were bringing them up earlier. You were doing that earlier, and now you have a problem with me doing what you were doing. Okay.
I don't have a problem with it, Tim. I just wanted to note it.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I just want to say we have too many stupid laws that are vague and confusing to people. That's a fact. Like disorderly conduct, that's ignorant. Half the time, that's stupid. That is a law that was passed to give an excuse to an officer to kidnap you and get you out of whatever situation that you're in. That's all that's for. Yeah,
It's a law, so when nothing else sticks, they'll stick back to you.
That's right. And those are usually almost always dropped. Yeah. Tracy.
Yes. I'm keeping this TikTok friendly for you, Loud. There's breaking news in the e-files case.
Are you talking about that interview?
Yes, so you've heard of it?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah. It's
you listened to it?
with the tent stake in the butt. Yeah, I'm I heard that and I'm like I don't know. I listened to all of the clip that I saw.
Okay. They have all the audio recordings on YouTube. It gets worse.
I don't know what you're talking about. Can you share, or can she share, Tim?
Go ahead, because I just heard it the one time and then I swiped away and I'm like, okay, that seems a little far-fetched that Donald Trump wanted somebody to get on top of him and give it to him in the rear, and he instead takes a tent stake that he'd been eyeballing for some time to use as a weapon, and then stomps it into him.
Okay, it's a snuff ring. He names names. He goes on to names. He names Clarence Thomas, Lindsey Graham, Andrew Biggs, and Jim Jordan.
But who's he?
Hold on, I'm about to, sir, let me explain this. I have to stay TikTok friendly.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so please give me a moment because this is horrifying. If you search, if you go to Substack or YouTube, you can come to TikTok. Search in the name Sasha Riley, SASCHA Riley, RIELY. There is a reason why he did that, but you have to listen to the entire thing to understand why he did that. They were unaliving young people, like from 9 on up. It's their kick. That's what Trump is hiding. It's worse than it's worse than anybody ever thought. These people are.
What is the evidence that's aside from the verbal statements? What evidence is there?
He has come out and done the interview. The interview is starting to circle. However, the places, there's places and dates and times where things match up.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not.
What I'm saying is listen to the whole thing for yourself. It explains all this. It explains why the Supreme Court is doing what they're doing. It explains the whole mentality of Donald Trump. This is not.
And why he wears a diaper?
Possibly.
Exactly. So, but look, here's the thing, though. I kind of wanted to touch on this earlier, though, because I read or heard some of it, right? And it's like, I got to take in consideration a few things. One, like, if this was all true, which I'm not saying it's not, but, like, he's our president. Like, how can so many people sit on this information and it not do jack shit? Like, you would think that this would come out this morning or whenever he did this interview, and people would flip a fuck. No, everybody's still talking about Greenland and Venezuela and this and that and whatever else and what they're having for coffee the morning. You know, like, ICE is one thing. That's a major topic, right? But this should be the thing that and it's not gonna amount to shit. It's just not.
He did report. That's
Yeah, exactly. And he did, and what came from it? Nothing. And would his wife be married? Like, would she be with? She's a very smart lady. Like, man, he's got a lot on the line to just like be hiding this big fucking story that I just can't see him hiding all this for all these years and nothing come about from it. And then you got this guy that came out with this quote unquote story that
he's a new survivor that came out. Look, these people are afraid for a reason.
Oh gosh.
I feel there's something somewhere. I don't know if this story's going to be it to just like blow over the whole fucking case. I'm sorry. I get it. Sounds crazy, but exactly. Somebody got paid, and yeah.
Well,
I'm asking that you listen for
I mean,
yourself.
that's an assumption too, you know.
Well, here's the thing. I always thought it was that bad. If there was anything bad, like, like, oh my God, these kids were found unalived, and we always thought there were multiple kids unalived. I mean, there's nothing new there. We all thought that kids were getting great.
Sir, he explains in detail.
I hear you.
Hold on, I'm trying to stay TikTok friendly because
I hear you.
Because loud makes this a safe place. I never would have thought that people could do stuff like this. And we're talking about people in the highest echelons of power. A Supreme Court justice.
We all thought they were capable of doing this.
Can I just add a take here? So, part of
a take based on what? Had you heard about this before? Have you you heard all of the
psychology,
tapes?
Tim, listen.
Have you heard all? Well, hold on. Have you heard all of the clips or any of the clips?
I don't need to, Tim. I don't need to.
Okay, so your take is basically useless, is what you're saying.
Well,
you're about to speak on something that
there's no evidence.
You know nothing about.
It's all hearsay.
You're speaking about something you haven't even heard.
This lady is talking like it's factual, like she's got some breaking evidence in some case that nobody solved for 20 years. And the reality of the matter is she has conjecture and hearsay at best, no evidence, and she's talking like these people are guilty. And it's because she wants it to be true. There's bias.
Who's she?
There.
Who are you talking about?
The woman.
He's talking about
Tracy.
me, Tracy.
Yeah.
Oh, and again, you're making assumptions because you haven't heard the audio.
I've listened,
and there is apparently documentation. I did look that part up because I heard. I don't know, but I think you know what documentation is. What those documents are, I don't know. Neither do you.
I mean,
neither do you.
It's crazy listening to the guy that's talking
what's
about
crazy?
it.
Hold on. What's crazy is hearing somebody go off and judge another person bringing up a topic that person has never heard of, doesn't know anything about. Yet you have the audacity to sit up here with a straight face and say that she just wants it to be true and it's this and that. You don't know anything about it. You don't know if it's true. You don't know if it's false. You don't know if it's made up. You don't know if somebody paid somebody else. You just don't want it to be true, and therefore you don't want it to be true.
How much is a viral video on YouTube worth?
I don't know, a lot less than it used to be.
But okay, just give me a guess.
Well, I had a video that hit over 1 million views. This was 10 years ago or so, and I think I made 10 to 15,000 off of it.
Okay. So if this person made some hellacious story that say had 2 million views, would it be safe to say that he'd make at least $10,000 to $15,000?
Hold on. So this person was just dropped by TikTok for a live violation. But I don't know what that's about. But yeah, I didn't drop you. Second, I don't know. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Sir, the only reason why this came to surface when he was in the military, there was a person that he served with that was watching child stuff. Somebody recognized Sasha in the video. So they had to ask Sasha. Sasha came in and answered the questions that the army asked him. There was another incident where he it's so bad. It's so bad, and these kids went through so much. The only way out was to literally unalive each other by choking. It was that bad. There's other people that are in the chat part that have listened to it, and it horrifies them as well. We have to understand the type of people that we're dealing with. It's going to get worse, and they do not care.
Okay, but you're talking like these people are guilty because of your own bias.
Sir,
Did you believe that Hillary Clinton did those things that they accused her of with children and such?
Well, you
Yes
need to
or
be
no?
more specific.
Ping pong
because there's
pizza.
been a lot of.
Did you believe the whole?
No.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just saying, you're saying, what if this is fake? What if they made a video for money?
No,
What if
I'm
it's
just
real?
saying
I'm just
you don't-
asking, have
Yeah.
you asked yourself, what if it's real? Then what? What if all of this is real? Then what?
Well, I would say that the FBI and this administration has been going after a lot of the people that have been doing these horrible things, but that's the part of the story that you don't want to tell.
That's not true. You don't know what part of the story anybody wants to tell.
Hoodlum.
First of all,
Do you believe that Donald Trump flew on the Lolita Express?
In the domestic flights only, yes.
Okay, how many times? How many times was he on the plane?
A handful of times when his plane was getting maintenance or something was broken on it.
Just for maintenance. Do you believe
Well,
that
yeah,
Donald Trump has been to the island?
No, he hasn't.
Do you
think
believe
that Hillary Clinton wore a child's face?
I don't know. I don't go on the dark
See?
web.
See, yeah, right. He's not admitting it.
After hearing Sasha's interview, and I thought I would never say something like this about Hillary Clinton. I think it needs to be investigated. Sasha is willing to come forth to congressional.
When did this happen, Tracy?
This happened. He's one of the only survivors from the late 70s and early to mid 80s. And there's a pattern of all the victims, because there's different. It's almost like there's different services. Okay, not everybody is into the snuff, so people would be catered. Well, hold on, people would be catered to them in a different way.
Cater to their needs.
If you're listening to Hoodlum's argument against this, he cited the FBI, Kash Patel, a loyalist, along with his administration. Would they actually
I'm
investigate?
sorry you have no confidence in
I'm sorry. I'm
agency.
speaking, Hoodlum.
Yeah, but you
See,
brought
this is
my
one of
name
his
up.
one of his tactics.
And you can respond when he's done.
Yeah, I stay muted for you, Hoodlum.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for not staying muted. Again, this is one of his tactics. But anyways, these people are loyalists. We've seen this over and over again. Is the FBI an actual independent agency of Trump?
No, because the FBI is under the executive branch, just as all the other three-letter agencies are.
Yeah. Look, I listened to the recording, and it sounded like a lot. And without corroborating evidence, it will go nowhere. And so I'm going to look for the other recordings and, listen to them all, because I just heard the one with the tent stake where they, I think it was Trump himself that he, stepped on the tent stake into.
Okay.
And so, because it's so outlandish, it's hard to just
it's hard to
Well, it's hard to
Yes,
take as
and-
fact.
Yes,
It's for
you're
me.
right.
For me, I just I'm listening to it and I'm like, what the fuck? It's that crazy. So what I'm going to do, and I promise you, I will after the show. I'm going to go find all the recordings and I'm going to listen to them and dig into whatever information that there exists documentation wise. Although I believe there's been some questions from Congress as to why there are documents that haven't been released related to Sasha's story, apparently. And so, and then we can go from there. But if we're running around saying that this is fact, when all we have is like this, testimony that's kind of outlandish, it will make our cases harder to make later.
Okay, on YouTube, on Green Neighbor, they have all the interviews posted because it's not just one.
Girl, I
The
don't
thing
think your
is
side
if
gonna
this
take
story
this.
isn't true, it's gonna make everything else that much harder to believe. Because Tim's right, it's so freaking outlandish. Like, this could be the one that does it. However, if it's not, it's just gonna make this story that much harder to ever, bring together. And that's so it's a very tricky situation.
I think it hurts our case to bring this stuff up when we don't have evidence, because they're not going to believe it anyways. Even if they did have the evidence, they would excuse it because they are loyalists too. Many close to Trump, many who support him, are actually guilty of these things we're talking about. That's why they're all getting hold on. That's why everybody around him is getting busted for CP
Like who?
and
Like who? Give me one example.
that reverend guy. Do you not pay attention to the own people that you claim to support? I swear to God, the people who follow Trump don't follow a goddamn thing that he does.
I don't support any reverend.
No,
so
they
who
force
are you
themselves
talking
I'm
about?
not talking about you supporting the reverend. I'm talking about the people
Well, yeah,
around
you
Trump.
just said I don't pay attention to the people that I support. So again,
You
what
support
reverend
Trump,
do
don't
I
you?
support?
Do you support Trump?
Can you allow
I support the
to
president
actually
of the United States.
I know.
make
Why
her?
can't you just give me 30 fucking seconds?
He does this all the time to try to
Because
derail
you're
you.
talking
Hey,
nonsense.
he does.
So
this,
you can't wait. Is freedom of speech really that hurtful to
is
you?
it really hard for you
He's
to give me a
trying to
name?
derail you. He did this to
No,
me
I just
earlier.
want you to
Called
give
me
me a
out on
name.
it,
I'll have to
and he's
teacup.
trying to do
I'll
this
have
to
to
you.
Hoodlum,
teacup.
shut
It'll
the
only
fuck
take me
up.
10
Let
seconds.
her fucking finish. Stop interrupting. This
But
is
I
why
thought
you
I was
got.
going to be able to.
Bitch,
I thought I was
listen.
going to be able to rebut.
Bitch, listen. You already didn't rebut. Stop interrupting. This is why I dropped you last time. Stop. If you feel like you didn't get a chance to rebut, that's one thing. But she started
Can I
talking.
get a
She was
chance to
talking.
rebut?
And now you're interrupting me too. Can't you shut that fucking suckhole of yours for 2 goddamn minutes and let somebody speak? Thank you. I'll fucking give you a minute and a half after this to rebut all the shit you want. Itty bitty, go ahead.
I just have to teacup. I'll be right back if someone else wants to go.
And now I got
That's
through
all
all
I was
that in
trying
your
to say.
teacup.
I know. I'm just saying he's not the only person. I mean, it's like one thing after another, and you guys fail to see the reality. And it's like you will believe these things about Hillary, you will peddle them, you'll run with it with no proof, and yet when it comes to the other side, you're not consistent. So I think you're extremely disingenuous. But I'm in a teacup. So
all right,
Okay, so
Hoodlum,
can I
go
rebut?
ahead. Yes.
Okay,
No,
so
I promised you 90 seconds. I'm a man of my word.
Yep. So yesterday, I had came across a story about how 12 judges from Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas had been arrested because of ties to the cartel. Okay, so somebody had said, "Oh, well, you know what? I hadn't heard about that. Let me look it up." And I said, "Yeah, it's pretty easily found." And so they looked it up and they said, "Oh, well, the only thing I'm finding is like Facebook stuff and some other things." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." I said, "Well, let me see if I can find a better source." So I went. I'm like, "Well, if this happened, I'm gonna go directly to the FBI because this is gonna be, something that they're gonna do like a press release on." And so I searched and I searched and I searched and I didn't find shit. And I'm like, "Well, gosh dang it! You know what? I'm guilty of of spread misinformation like everyone else. And so, you know what? I'm saying I'm wrong, right? I'm wrong. Like, I can't verify that happened, but see, that's where reason comes to play, right? Like, these things that are being spread are called counter narratives, and they're a psyop. Okay, and because people want them to be true, they don't have the same discernment as they would normally because of their inherent bias to want it to be true. And that's what I hear in these stories here.
And you acknowledge that the same is true opposite that, right? Where
Oh, yeah,
you don't want it to be
did.
true, and therefore you will ignore facts presented to you.
No, I'm just
yes,
waiting
yes.
for evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, his
Yeah.
name was Robert Morris, a Texas
MAGA
mega
doesn't.
church pastor, and he pled guilty to 5 counts of lewd and indecent acts with a child.
Oh,
So
yeah, I know
he
about
fucking
that
pled
story.
guilty, bro, and that's just one of them. So
But
you know
why
about
would you
it and you
say
denied
I
about.
supported him?
Wait, you said you know about it?
I know about it, but what would make you
So I
think
bring
that?
it up and you
Hold
play
on.
dumb?
Hold on.
Oh,
You said
fuck
I
a
me.
gave you
pastor.
90
You know how many
seconds.
pastors?
Fuck me, this guy's dumb. I have other shit to do today. I only get 3 hours without kids. They were late, so I got 2 hours left. I'm gonna go. You guys have a good day. Goodbye.
See you, Eddie Bitty. Yeah, well, what you should have asked is, do you know how many pastors are also child predators?
Well, I just
because
said there's
then
a
it
lot of
could be
pastors.
confusing because there's a lot of pastors out there that are also child predators, and so
There's a lot of teachers that are
it's like,
too.
How many of them are around Trump? Maybe all of them, right, Hoodlum?
This pastor wasn't around Trump.
Yes, he was.
Yes,
I wasn't.
There's pictures of him.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's pictures again. You guys are moving.
Well, Hoodlum, if you had a
You know how many
if your
pictures he
best
takes with
friend
people?
was a child rapist and you had a bunch of people around you that were child rapists, do you think it would be logical for somebody to look at you and think that maybe there's something going on there too?
Yeah, think and maybe aren't facts.
Right, but do you think that it's logical for somebody to have those suspicions about you?
I think that it would have a conversation. Sure.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Define fact.
Okay. You say it enough times and people believe it. That's what you believe.
No, sir.
What I believe is a fact is something that you can prove without a reasonable doubt. That's a fact.
Actually, that's what Trump does. If you say it enough times, he cons the morons.
Okay, let's. I think we should maybe get back to the other stuff because again, there's not. I don't have any evidence to really validate that or to rebut it. You know, it's like it is what it is. It's out there. You look it up. I'm going to look more into it. But as far as that goes, I don't. Spending a lot of time on it right now, I think is
it's dangerous
not useful
for your life too.
Yeah, I just don't see that it's all that useful. It's like, yes, it's problematic when I personally believe that Donald Trump is a rapist, child rapist. I believe that. I think there's ample evidence to suggest that they need to search every fucking hard drive that man ever owned and his phones. But, it is what it is. Now, Chip, you've been quiet for a while. Would you like to get us on track again?
Getting back to the original subject, or talking about the child?
Yeah. Or if you have something else that's been nagging at you, you're welcome to throw that out there too.
Well, just think for a second. There's an organized ring of extortion and blackmail that's been going on in our country for some time, very highly organized by a foreign actor, and very effectively been able to gain control both with money and with these issues they hold over people's heads. And we should all be concerned about that. I mean, even if you take the morality aside, which is hard to do, just the very fact that it's able to be used as leverage so that decisions can get made that risk the lives of our fellow countrymen, as well as the money, the vast sums of money that gets allocated to these causes that don't directly benefit us. This is a concern to many. And the crazy part is in the Republican right, A lot of people are waking up to this. And a lot of people that voted for Trump who thought they were going to get, Drain the Swamp and Dan Bongino and Cash Patel and all the Dream Team, they called it. Well, the Dream Team has been a nightmare for the average Trump voter. They haven't done anything that they've promised. They haven't kept their word. They haven't released the evidence that Dan Bongino beat a drum about for month after month after month. Then he gets in to be the deputy director and he stays for a full year. Nothing comes out. Nothing. And he says that, Jeffrey did it to himself and there's nothing to see here, move along, and you guys are all black-pilled, you're just a bunch of negative nannies. These people have lost all credibility. And I'm not a never Trumper. I'm not some delusional person that just doesn't like him for whatever reason. I'm simply pointing out what he said he would do and what he hasn't done. And that, of course, would anger any voter, hopefully. And if you just like the guy and defend the guy because that's not a good reason. Listen, I don't care about Biden all these people are criminals in my view. But the fact that somebody can just stay to somebody on a partisan side because it's your guy, you're not helping the country when you do that stuff.
So could I just respond
Absolutely.
real quick, 30 seconds? So, Chip, I agree 100% with what you just said in the beginning about the foreign registry actors in our country that have, have leverage over politicians and people in our country. 100%, right? The Rasmussen has done some polls that state that there's more Americans that support, holding people accountable for their actions with usurping the sovereignty of our country and some of the criminal acts. Like it's actually polling higher than Donald Trump or any one politician. So the American people want like people to be held accountable, and a lot of Trump supporters are saying that he's not doing enough. The problem is when you look at cases like Comey that weren't handled correctly, and because of that, he's going to get away with doing unlawful things. I think that unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit of time.
That was a bunch of fucking like word salad bullshit.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Thank you, Hoodlum, for like exposing your brainwashing. Like that was really.
I'm sorry. Okay, I got to say, every live I try to find a place where that fits, and it mostly fit there. So thank you, Hoodlum, for that.
Just so
for
we
giving
all
me
know
the opportunity
that there's a racist
to play Billy Madison.
Yeah, every time I listen to Hoodlum, I get dumber. It's just, it's really sad that he knows nothing about Aristotle or true.
You kind of got dog walked the other day, didn't you? There.
No, I didn't get dog walked.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I just refuse to participate in conversations with brainwashed idiots. And
okay.
Hold on,
no chance
Hoodlum.
that you could be one of those.
Hoodlum, God
yeah,
damn, bro.
there's no chance, Hoodlum, because I do have a master's degree, and part of my master's degree required me to learn to do research, and in a true way, which you guys do research by like going to Steve Bannon's page and seeing what he links to. But
you know what they say about assumptions.
Yeah,
They're making ass out of you and me. Sorry, I'll give you 5 seconds back.
He does research backed by Trump, and Trump doesn't know how to research, how to solve his ass problem.
Kind of weird how he's been right about everything. But anyway,
no, it's not weird that he's been right about everything, because he's been writing the narrative, Hoodlum, and he's been creating the actions that make it happen. So when you do that, when you are the deceptor, when you are the dishonest person, and you say on Easter, the Easter Bunny is going to make a queue, just watch for it, and then the Easter Bunny makes a queue, yeah, you're writing the narrative, and you're making sure that the people are brainwashed that are following the narrative, and that's what happened to you, and I'm sorry for you.
What is Q?
You need to you know what it is. You need to do real research. Because you're lost.
Q means quiet when somebody's timer is going, and please learn that, Hoodlum. That's what Q is. Quiet. Okay, Corey, welcome in. You get 90 seconds as well for your initial timer. Go ahead, man.
Yeah,
I don't even know what we're talking about now. I came in to speak on the prompt, but
go ahead. By all means, bring us
yeah,
back.
I'm kind of, you know me, liberal. I haven't been up here. Glad to see you, man. It's been a long time.
Been a while.
And yeah, and I'm kind of conflicted. You know what I mean? I don't want nobody. The thing about it is we all have the right. Like, just because you're a cop or you're a ICE officer or whatever, you don't have the right to just demand to see somebody's papers or detain them for no reason. You know what I mean? That's what our freedoms are for in America. If you take them away, then you know,
what do you have?
That's exactly. But on the flip side, I don't want people to assault and put themselves in danger. You know what I mean? Because they think that they're right about something. You know, so that's why I'm conflicted. Like, I don't want people to be oppressed, but I don't want them to get
Corey, what
lives.
should
Hold on.
the
He's
people
got
in
time
Germany
left.
have done?
Potivity, he's got time left.
I don't want them to get unalive too. So that's like the dilemma that I'm having. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, I don't know. I don't know what a society's going to do. Like, we can't let this keep going on. Like, something has to be done. But an uprising is just going to get more people hurt. You know what I mean? So what do you do?
Well, Corey, at this point, we have no choice. There's no choice left.
But we won't win.
Corey,
oh yeah, we will.
Corey, I got to say, that's probably the most fair response to this I think I've heard so far, because I'm also torn. I don't like being in the situation, right? I don't. It was forced upon us, though. Right.
Exactly.
Nobody wants to be in this situation. We'd rather just go about our day, and those who don't commit crimes will generally comply with law enforcement who are doing something wrong. But now we're to the point where they will kill you and then justify it after. Of course, they've done this for a long time now. They really have. We've seen this over and over again.
I voted for him because of the open borders under Biden. That's one of the reasons why I voted for him. But
Which was a lie.
I didn't vote for him to do it the way that he's doing it. You know what I mean? This is like
a lie.
crazy. The border was
a
open.
lie that he was telling you.
The border was open. Like, everybody has eyes seen.
Okay. No, it wasn't.
Now, real quick.
For you to be in denial, you're not helping the situation. The American people voted him in because of that. You can be in denial about it all you want, but the facts, you can just look it up.
Yeah, they're looking up the facts right now, and they're finding that he found a way to, take the election.
Oh, boy.
But so Corey, to that point, you also believe that you weren't voting for that, right? That you weren't voting for this, right?
No.
There's a lot of other people that feel that
I thought he was going to get
too.
the criminals out of here. You know what I mean? And
we are.
People, if you're here just trying to make a better life for your family, I mean, who you harming? No, yeah, there should be a process. Like, you should come forward and do the process. And there should be maybe a fine or whatever. You know what I mean? There should be a process for you to get your papers. But if you're here not committing no crimes, not hurting nobody, trying to, you know what I mean? Come on.
Corey, it was pretty plain what he was going to do. He was in bed with the CEOs of the private prison companies. He was talking about unleashed violence on the immigrant community. He was talking about hunting down all 12 million of them.
But that's reflective action.
And many of them, most of them, nearly all of them were just good working people. So he told you what he was going to do, and now he's doing it.
Okay. Hold on real quick. What, Hoodlum? Because Popoti's going to go next.
She's going to take over your panel. She is worse than I am when it comes to
Hoodlum, let me tell you something. Potivity has done more to support this live than anybody that I know of, really. Potivity had, and to that point, real quick, guys, please tap the screen. I don't know why we're not to 50K yet. We should have been at like 150K. I've had over 150 people in this room since like 10 minutes after I started. So please tap. If you're listening, just tap the screen. and then share it out to your people. I do have a gifting goal of donuts. If you want to support the show, please send some donuts. That helps boost me in the creator rankings, whatever the hell that's for. I also have a Crash App and a Vimo. You can support the live that way. It's $LibLoudmouth at LibLoudmouth. That information's in my bio if you want to support the show. To that, Ed sent $10 on Saturday, which I wasn't live. So, Ed, thank you very much. Shout out to Ed for the $10 on Crash App. I appreciate that. Now, Poetivity supports this show, Hoodlum, and so so I'm not going to criticize Poetivity for being who she is, right? That doesn't mean that she gets to run the panel, but you've been more of an interrupter really than anybody else, and you've caused me more problems than any other TikTok person on fucking TikTok. So
not technically,
yeah, I know it wasn't your
okay.
fault, but you yes. Anyway, Papodi, please go ahead.
So just to kind of mention something, the reason that this whole immigration thing is a lie, because from the beginning they've been saying that they're going after undocumented people. Because I'm not going to say aliens because that's disgusting. When you're undocumented, when you cross the border, nobody knows you're here. Like you can go live with your family and just not like nobody knows you're here. So for an ICE agent to come into a house and be like, I'm looking for undocumented people, like how would you know that those people are even in those houses or at work or whatever? Because there's just no record of them at all. What they're doing is they're just going after brown people. That's
exactly
okay, so
right.
Could I rebut that?
Sure.
So an immigrant is somebody that has a green card, a work authorization, and or a naturalized individual. That's an immigrant. Everything and everyone else that has a status other than that, right? Whether you are an asylum seeker or you have temporary protected status, you are an alien. And the definitions of words still matter to the educated people that want to do the research. And to call these large group of people immigrants is just factually incorrect. And this idea that we're attacking some particular like color of skin, no, we're not. It's countries like Venezuela that destabilize South America.
Sounds like Hoodlum
that
was
sent all
right.
these people up through the southern border, and they just happen to be one color of skin. And I'm sorry, but that is the reality, and you can put whatever spin you want on it, but the people that know the truth. That's it.
People who have glow stick skin are not indigenous to this land, and they were immigrants too. So let's make sure we're clear on that. They don't actually belong here. Okay. And in fact, I'd argue that the people south of the quote border, this arbitrary line that we've created, have more of a right to be here than the people that glow in the dark.
It's interesting that he cites. It's interesting that he cites.
Go ahead, Sensei.
You go ahead.
Go ahead, Sensei.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
It's interesting that he cites, I think it was Venezuela destabilizing countries in Central or South America, when the U.S. is the largest or has destabilized more countries, including Central and South America, than any other country on fucking earth. Yes, Hoodlum. Venezuela is a problem. We've been doing this over 50 times for the last 100 and some odd years to Central South America alone, destabilizing all these countries. Oops, but we're going to point the finger at Venezuela. Yeah.
They took over Panama. The United States took over Panama.
I mean, it's not just Panama. The latest one I remember, besides this bullshit we're seeing right now, remember Iran-Contra affair with fucking Reagan?
You know, the fact is that they are a very helpful, the people who come here because they want a better life for their children and take a job and that no American wants to do, and work hard and end up, living in a house and paying rent on time and sending their kids to our schools. Those people are helpful and considerate and useful and kind members of our society. And they are not a threat. They are not a damage to our economy. They're actually a great boost to our economy. They're a great boost to Social Security. They're a great boost to all of our institutions. And they are the people that serve our old people. They are the people that serve our young people. They are incredible human beings, and they are being hunted like dogs under this administration. And that is wrong. There is nothing good about that.
Yes, I agree.
I'd like to play a video and just ask everybody if this is the country they want to live in. Like, and this isn't even like a violent video or anything. It just
No, we don't want to live in it.
It just really just irritates the fuck out of me, because there are people that are, well, just answer the questions. Here, let's listen.
Do you have an ID on you, ma'am?
I don't need an ID to walk around in my city. This is my
Okay,
city.
do you have some ID then, please?
I don't need an ID.
If not, we're going to put you in the vehicle and we're going to ID you.
An ID.
Huh?
I'm not going to take out. You take out your ID.
You don't have an ID?
I'm not going to take out an ID.
Hey, man,
I am U.S. citizen. I am U.S. citizen.
All right, can we see an ID, please?
I am U.S. citizen. I don't need to carry around an ID in my home.
Well,
this is my home.
Where were you born?
This is my home.
Where were you born?
Minneapolis is my home.
Ma'am, that's not we're doing an immigration check. We're doing a citizen check.
This is where,
and we're asking you where you were born.
I don't want to live in a country where we have to be molested by the government like this. I just don't.
Yeah, they have no right to do that. That's the thing. That woman did right for standing up for herself.
We lived in a country where this didn't happen a year ago.
But the problem, Positivity, the problem is your side under the Biden administration never said anything about the open borders. You guys turned a blind eye to it.
You're lying, Corey.
Hey, listen,
they took
can I finish?
time. They talked to Republicans. They built the most solid and massive immigration
without being interrupted by this individual.
Legal requirements.
Okay,
Corey's lying.
Listen,
Corey's
the numbers don't lie,
lies.
Positivity. The numbers don't
People
lie.
who spread
8
lies
million.
need to be stopped.
Hold on, Positivity. Let's let him finish.
Yes,
Go ahead,
8 million. 8 million people. Look it up. 8 million people with 1.3 million suspected gotaways under the last administration. For you to say, oh, everything was spent. That's why he got elected. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can put your head in the sand and say it didn't happen all you want, and Biden was the best border czar that ever was alive. He got elected. Trump got elected for that, So, but I don't agree with what he's doing right now. Let's work together on making a solution. As a Republican, I'm a Republican and you're a Democrat. Let's work together with a solution. Don't say it didn't happen and then, you know what I mean? It's a reflection. It was open borders last time.
Corey,
he's trying to throw everybody out. Admit it. Just admit it that under the last administration, they did nothing to control the flow over the border until the last 6 months. Admit it.
Can you... Positivity.
Okay. Well, hold on.
Okay, so it's a lie.
We're going to let her respond.
First of all,
go ahead, Positivity.
It's a lie because what they did was the most comprehensive immigration bill ever that was written by Republicans, had everything Republicans wanted, and your candidate called them and said not to pass that bill because that was the Langford bill, because he wanted to run on that issue, and he would have to stop saying that the borders were open and Biden was doing nothing if they passed the bill. So they didn't vote on the bill. They didn't even bring it to the floor. Further, Kamala Harris had gone down into the South American countries and Mexico and had done massive investments in trying to get coyotes not to be profitable. In fact, they set up a place where they could register for asylum in those countries and then be flown to the United States so that they would not have to make that trek with all of the dangers that were there for trafficking humans and for trafficking drugs. So they did that right at the beginning of the administration. And the fact that you guys don't know what Biden did is an example of your closed information environment, and that is all. They did massive things from the very start.
It was a
Okay,
good
can I
job.
say can I
And
say
the
something
way
real
that
quick, Corey? Hold on.
way that immigrants were counted, they were counted 4 or 5 times every time they had contact with anybody from immigration. And then as soon as Trump got into office, he removed that counting system. So we don't even know how many are
But we
coming
didn't
to
see
the
on
border
TV.
now.
We
We're
didn't see
not
on
even
TV
counting
multiple days
contacts anymore.
thousands coming across
We're
the border
not
on
even
TV.
counting contacts
Thousands.
anymore. No,
Positivity,
Corey,
can I
those
ask you a
numbers were
question?
skewed, and they were skewed by the Trump
Oh, our eyes are
administration.
Can I
skewed.
ask you a
He was
question?
the
Hold
one
on,
who
Corey.
changed the way they count immigrants just
Positivity.
to make it look
Okay.
worse for Biden.
Okay, we get it.
Okay.
Benjamin, go ahead.
Thank you. Positivity. Okay, first off, I've come a long way with the whole Trump thing, and I'm trying to see both sides. But I can't just erase what I saw on TV. Like, I can't imagine them setting up all those people like in Hollywood, and now I see nobody on TV. In fact, we don't even talk about the border anymore because it's not even an issue at all. Now, that being said, when you mentioned Kamala going down and doing this and that, making it not profitable for coyotes and so forth, why the hell didn't they just do what Trump did? And that wouldn't, we didn't need Langford and all that. Trump just shut the border down, and that was all it took within 3 days or a week of him being in. Do you like what Trump has at least done with the border as far as it being completely closed and shut down, so now everybody has to be vetted? Can you at least agree with that part of what he did?
Nope, I cannot. And
explain, please.
The reason that I can't is because you are not watching the proper channels. So the fact
No, the border being
they
closed.
have
Can you agree with
stopped
that?
showing you
He's not going to admit
agree
it.
with the
groups
border?
of immigrants
He's not going to
moving.
admit it. It never happened.
Okay.
No,
I'm
she
gonna
won't.
listen.
You
Hold on,
guys-
guys. Whoa.
How much,
Hey, you
how
asked
much
her a
money do you
question.
think they would have to offer
Let her respond.
immigrants to have them walk in a group? Why did they have cameras down there then? Why do they not have cameras down there now? You guys should be asking those questions.
There's
And as
no
far as
cameras down there
immigration,
because there's no reason to right now,
as far
Positivity.
as immigration, they are having just as many contacts at the border. They're just not counting them anymore.
Can you
And
agree with the closed border that we have now, though? That's
no,
the main question.
it's not a
But
truth.
why?
Hold on,
It's
Benjamin.
not
She's
a
got
truth.
guys. Why are you interrupting her?
It is not a truth. You are believing the propaganda lies, Benjamin. That's the thing. You're believing the lies. And I don't agree with a punitive border. I don't agree with a border that's like heavily militarized where you could be unalived by pew-pews for even approaching. I don't agree with that. I don't
So every
agree that
country is wrong for
borders-
having a closed border.
I don't think that borders are
Okay.
a humane way to deal with problems at all. And I don't agree with treating other humans like they're garbage.
Our border,
I didn't ask that.
for the record, is not and cannot be closed. This isn't a door or a button you press, guys. Okay? The border's wide open. It's as wide open as it was during Biden's years. It's as wide
but
open
Tim,
as it was.
there was a problem.
Fucking 120 fucking years ago. It's open. What are you talking
Tim,
about?
there was
closed.
a problem. You admitted that it was a problem.
But yes,
Me and you agreed.
yes, a
You know
lot of
what I would
people
be more
came
concerned with,
over.
Corey?
Hold on, a lot of people came over here during the Biden administration, and Biden deported more
Millions.
people than Donald
You know
Trump
what would
did.
I'm sorry.
He did.
Biden
You're right,
deported
Tim.
more people than Donald Trump did. You guys acting as if Biden didn't do anything is not true. Did he do
You
enough?
know what's more
That's
I'm sorry.
that's a matter of opinion, right?
Okay,
Could
Do
he
you know
have done
what's more
more?
concerning, Corey? Do you know what's far more concerning? Let me tell you this.
Okay.
Right now, we have a brain drain in the United States. We have scientists, high-paid scientists, multimillionaires, the millionaire class, the 1%ers are leaving this country. On top of that, we have people who work in high level positions, leaving their positions, judges, lawyers, they're leaving this country. We have people who are schooled on authoritarianism and fascism leaving this country. We have medical scientists leaving this country. That money is going to other countries now. And we are going to feel the impact like you never have. The immigrants bring in dollars, they bring in economic activity, they help our country. The low paying laborers, but right now we have the top of us that are leaving the country for safety issues and for security issues, and their brain drain is going to be the biggest hit to the United States that you have ever seen.
Okay. I mean, I was talking when you started, for the record. I was still trying to speak when you started talking. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It is what it is. And look, I don't even know why the fuck we're talking about this, because the issues we're dealing with now have nothing to do with the border. Trump has forgotten about that. Nobody gives a shit about the border anymore.
That's what I was going to say. Positivity, I'm on your side right now as far as Trump doing bad. Like, I'm on your side.
We got ICE agents coming up to. He's trying to give somebody a high five, but nobody wants to play with him.
What the?
Oh, I have my hand up to speak. I'm waiting.
Yes. No,
I'm waiting.
You are waiting, and thank God for that. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate that.
Good job.
Yeah, so we're dealing with we're dealing now with federal agents who are going up to people, including U.S. citizens, demanding their papers, please. And I just played a video of it, and I don't even think I heard everybody answer. I don't want to live in a country like this. I don't want to live in a country where the government tells you to do something and you just fucking comply with it. I don't like that. I'm a person. I'm an individual. This fucking government is only in existence because we gave consent to them. Keep in mind, guys, all law it's all fiction. It's a social construct. It's something that we've come up with as society collectively and gave permission to. And have this social contract that says we will abide by these laws. But they've gone out of fucking hand. They've gotten out of hand with these laws. You can't turn around without committing a crime anymore. Yes, Congress. It's a fucking problem, and we've gotten to the point where if you breathe wrong or you fart on a fucking officer, you could be brought up on biological warfare, terrorist attacks. I mean, we've seen shit like that happen where, they charge them with crimes of assault for
it's the money in the government. The politicians don't work for us. They work for the corporations. They care less about us. They want us to fight.
We're at the point where, and it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat, they ain't asking you that. They don't give a fuck. It's, do you agree with this administration or do you not agree with this administration? And if you dissent in any way, they will shoot you in the fucking face. That's where we are.
Exactly. The thing about it is all these like Second Amendment people and stuff, which I am, I'm pro Second Amendment, pro First Amendment. The next administration can decide, hey, you know what? We don't like pew-pews no more, so we're going to start taking them. Just like Trump's doing right now. To round people up on the street because they're walking and they look brown or black or whatever, you know what I mean? That's unconstitutional. You cannot do that. And
what do we do?
Can I?
Yes.
Waiting doesn't work.
Go ahead.
So what works?
Just look. They were going back and forth. It's a special circumstance.
Okay, so let me just say this.
If you cry enough, I will feel bad for you, and I will let you speak.
Tim.
Go ahead.
I appreciate it. So when you come to this country as an immigrant looking for asylum, they scan your face, they take your fingerprints, they have you answer a bunch of questions, and they also have you sign a contract. And this contract is that you will tell the federal government where you're at. You have 10 days to notify them if you move. In addition to that, you have to have your immigration papers on you at all times. Okay, there are certain requirements for these individuals with this status that the government has given them as a privilege until they can go through this process. And if they don't have their papers on them, it is grounds for their deportation. And I'm going to tell you that, yes, as American citizens, these things sound like Orwellian in nature. But at the end of the day, these people are privileged status individuals that are here at the liberty and luxury of the federal government, and there's rules for them to be here. And part of those rules is the paperwork. And so, as it seems concerning for a United States citizen to hear, show me your papers, but in the reference to their status, it's the law that we've
Yes.
had standing for 70 fucking years. And so for this all of a sudden to be a problem is because of the perspective that the left all of a sudden wants to take about this humanitarian perspective that is not ingrained in our laws. If you want, hold on, I'm going to land with this. If you want laws to be different, we have a process to that, but it's not what you're doing. And I would also end with this, okay? Just because you don't agree with the law doesn't mean that you don't have to follow it. You follow the law, and if you don't like it, you change it. And I'm sorry, Potivity, you're just flat out wrong.
Okay,
No,
so,
I'm not
well,
wrong.
Hoodlum, let me ask, are you saying that you agree with Papers, Please?
For privileged individuals that have been given some temporary status by the federal
No,
government.
no. They're, whoa. No. What you're just saying right now is a straw man, because that's not what I'm asking about. I just played you a video of a U.S. citizen being constantly asked for papers after saying that she's a U.S. citizen.
4 guys around us.
Are you accepting of this behavior from the government in order to find these, quote unquote, undocumented people?
I think she is lying. I don't think that she was a citizen at all.
Can the officers prove it?
That's
though?
irrelevant.
Oh my gosh, she was a citizen. She was fine.
How do you know that?
Okay, how do you know? How do you know?
It doesn't. It
Hold
doesn't
on,
matter.
hold on.
Papers.
How do you know that she's not?
Her accent says otherwise.
Her accent.
exactly.
I know.
Agree.
Whoa. An accent does not make you a non-citizen. You do understand that, right?
It's just a really good indicator.
No.
You're
Can
right.
you be?
You're right,
Can you
Tim.
be?
However,
right.
it does bring up suspicion.
And that's
Is
all
that
they need, Tim.
No. Is that enough?
Yes, it is.
An accent you believe
in
is
this
enough.
day and age, it is for them.
That's called racism. That's
Yeah.
called
No, it's not.
discrimination.
It's called
Yes, it
common
is.
sense.
No, that's called
that's fucking
discrimination.
racism, dude.
That's flat out racism. It's discrimination. It
Blatantly
says
fucking
if you don't
discrimination and
sound like these other people, and let's be honest, they're wanting you to sound like a white person. If you don't sound like this, if you have ebonics as a fucking, as the way that you talk, you could be illegal. If you sound like a Jamaican or a Mexican or a this or a that, you could be bullshit. Bullshit.
The fact is that language is formed.
What do you mean,
before
though?
you're 5 years old.
What do you mean? What do I
and
mean?
you learn it from your parents, and her parents
seriously,
obviously
Tim,
spoke
what do you
Spanish.
mean by that, though?
What do you mean?
Her parents obviously
Because
spoke Spanish.
honestly
And
speaking,
she learned to speak, and then
let
she learned
Positivity
English
finish, and
second.
then.
I was talking
accent.
already, and she interrupted.
I'm sorry.
Again.
Tim, can I
I
answer your
just am so
question?
mad about all of this.
I
You can
am
drop me.
too. No. You're fine. You're fine. I just,
drop her.
Look, you
The
having
reason I say that,
you
Tim,
having an
is
accent
because
does not mean that you are a non-citizen.
Ebonics isn't an accent, right? That's just the way you talk
the way
in a
you
certain
speak.
area in the United States, because but it's not an accent from another country. So you have to agree that
It could be.
You don't get that accent from another language in this country.
So
You
Okay.
get that from living
Tell that to
somewhere
ICE agents.
in another.
Hold on. So Benjamin, would that be okay for me to assume you're an inbred fuck because you sound like you're from the South?
Well, see, but that's dumb, though. That's that's funny. I
think
get
that's
it.
fair.
That's
I think
funny,
that's fair.
That's where we're going. You sound like an inbred
I think it's
dipshit.
fair.
So
Okay.
I'm just
I
going
mean,
to assume you're an inbred
right.
dipshit.
If you listen to the lady, she has an accent. It's not. I'm not being racist about it. I don't.
matter if she has
Okay,
an accent,
hold on.
Benjamin.
I don't understand. Okay,
I'm not.
how do you
But listen,
think?
I'm not.
How do you think it's not discriminatory to say you have an accent? You must not be a U.S. citizen.
I'm explaining myself. I'm not saying you have an accent, so you're an idiot, you're an inbred, whatever. I'm saying it's clear because I have ears that I can understand that she has an accent. That's okay. There's nothing fucking wrong with that.
And there's
However, it
besides
does
that, there's
mean
nothing
that
should
gives
be drawn into
reasonable
conclusion.
suspicion to think that
Exactly.
she's
Just as there's
possibly from
reasonable
another
suspicion
country.
to believe your mother and father are first
let me
cousins.
So
let me point
there's
this
nothing
out.
wrong with that.
Okay, KVNH, I've got to drop you. You got a violation. Okay, yeah, KVNH got a violation, probably harassing
Can I just say something real quick?
Hold on. Can people stop for a second so that Benjamin and I can have a conversation? I don't think you and I have been able to speak yet without interruption. The point here is that if you go to the north, a lot of people in northern states sound Canadian. You ever notice that? They have Canadian accents. You go to Texas, go to Laredo, Texas. You know what you're going to hear?
That's true.
That's right. Having an accent does not mean that you are a non-citizen, and therefore that is not evidence enough for a federal officer to come and fucking grill you and demand at the threat of arrest to show your papers. That's not enough.
So, Tim, let me ask you, if an immigrant is an immigrant, like, or a privileged individual, and lies to an ICE agent saying that they're a United States citizen and they have an accent, are you okay with the federal agents being like, oh, okay, have a nice day, when they're lying and being deceitful to them because they don't have their papers and they know they've already received a deportation order?
Oh, yeah.
Can I?
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
are?
I'm fucking
Okay,
okay
so
with that.
what's the-
Because let me
okay,
tell you
so
what.
what's the
Let me tell you
solution?
why.
What's
Let
the
me explain
solution,
to you
Tim?
why. You
Give me a
don't.
solution.
You don't go up and accost people inside the United States. We're not talking about border agents at the border watching people come across. That's a different story. You're talking about people in the fucking country that have constitutional rights, and immigrants also have constitutional rights, lest you forget, sir. They also have constitutional rights against illegal searches and seizures, meaning if they don't have a fucking warrant or reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime, they don't get to fuck with you.
That's not true.
They
Tim.
don't. Now they can ask you if they want, but
It's
the
100%
moment that you express to them that you don't want to have anything to do with it, you're not going to answer their fucking questions. You're not going to produce an ID. They get to say, okay, thank you very much. And they walk away and they go the other direction. And the reason that that is important is that so U.S. citizens do not have to bow down to a fucking unlawful tyrannical government. And yes, are some legals going to get through the cracks by lying? Of course they are, but it's worth it to me. If it's not worth it to you, that says more about you than it does fucking rule.
Tim, do you think that immigrants have the exact same rights as citizens?
Not totally.
Is that your understanding?
Not totally.
Okay.
It's laid
What
out
are
in
the
the constitutions.
No, hold on. What are the exceptions?
It's laid out
Tim?
in the read the Constitution, hoodlum.
No, sir.
Read the Constitution. Whenever it says the people.
No, sir.
Yes, sir. When it says people, it's talking about everybody.
INA. It's in the INA.
The INA doesn't supersede the Constitution, dipshit.
But it was found to be constitutional.
Is it?
It is.
And what in that do you believe is constitutional?
To provide their documents upon request.
No.
Yes.
That is unconstitutional.
No, it's correct, and it's in law, and it's been in law since 1954.
You cannot be arrested.
See, this is the problem.
You cannot shut up. You cannot be arrested for refusing to identify yourself unless you're pulled over in a traffic stop.
Tim.
Hoodlum.
I don't think hoodlum is.
Hold on. Why are you being
send ICE to his house.
He is anti-American. You hate America, sir.
He's not acting like an American. I bet he's an
He hates America. You hate freedom.
How does an American
You
act?
hate
Tell me.
freedom.
I bet he's an
I want people to come into this country legally and the right way.
The United
and a lot of people have not.
The United States is supposed to be a melting pot. We have the Statue of Liberty.
We've already
inviting
given the
immigrants
definition of what's
here.
an immigrant and what's an illegal alien, and you guys
There is
have
no such thing as
totally
an illegal
I think you're
alien.
an
That is a
illegal. I
white
think you're from
supremacist.
of the
Russia.
definitions. It's
There is
okay.
no such thing.
There's
I think
real
you're from
Americans
Russia
that
or
know the
North
There's
difference.
Korea.
undocumented people, and there's documented people.
What's
That's all it is.
undocumented to you?
Undocumented people. That's all it is.
What is undocumented?
Undocumented people is that jump the border because they don't have the money to pay a lawyer or the court fees or whatever else, the $18,000.
And then what?
To be a citizen of the United States.
And then what?
So they jump the border to make their families
And
have
claim
a better
asylum,
life.
correct?
No.
Well, anybody can become a citizen for $5
you
million.
can-
No. Answer my question. And then they claim asylum.
You-
And then what?
You're stuck on a. You're stuck on
And
a.
they work hard to never break a
on a
tiny
Republican
law.
talk.
And
Wait,
they
hold on.
are
Let me talk.
And they add to our
required
community
to
and they
provide their papers.
do a
It's
bunch
called
of
a
hard
contract.
work and their kids go to
No.
school and they
Contract
work
with the
hard in
federal
school and they're
government.
very respectful to their teachers.
Dude, you're
But
living
Hoodlum,
in
that,
So when you-
they're held
Hoodlum, that's at the
accountable for
border,
that.
though. That's at
So
the
when
border,
you-
Hoodlum. I agree with you that,
When
that
when
That
you
is
ask,
not at the border. That
listen,
is,
when you ask for
that
asylum,
is-
you have to
guys
prove.
need to educate yourself. That's just the bottom line.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm literally-
Hoodlum,
Spanish
Hoodlum.
students are the best
Hold on,
students.
hold
They-
on,
they
'cause
are
you-
so grateful for the education.
Okay.
They're nice.
Hoodlum, the thing that you're missing from the law that you keep citing is that it says if they're suspected of being an alien. That's what the law says.
Yeah,
they're allowed
that's
to
tyranny.
interrogate. Hold on, they're allowed to
Again.
interrogate somebody if they believe that they are an alien. It says nothing about
And what would be the
forcing.
signs of them?
It says nothing about forcing a U.S. citizen to produce papers. It says alien, and that means they have to suspect beyond just
Tim.
an accent. Hold on. Beyond just an accent, they have to suspect that person of being an alien. If they don't have reasonable suspicion that that person is an alien, they have to let them go.
Okay, Tim, let me ask you a
They
question.
have to let them
They're
go.
also not accepting
hold
real
on,
ID.
let me ask you a
They're
question.
not
We
accepting
have-
real ID, so that doesn't
I
even
would.
make sense.
Hey, hold on a minute. So if we have a person that has come to this country, right, that have some kind of protected status, that is overstayed, that have got their final removal order, and they're wanted for a capital crime, and they're on the lam.
If a
right? Now, hold
unicorn
on, let
came
me
in
finish.
and
Let me
shat
finish.
in the middle
Let
of
me
a
finish.
court hearing
Hold
and
on.
Donald
No.
Trump walked over and ate it, would that be
See,
constitutional or not?
I'm giving you. I'm
I'm
you
sorry.
a
I thought we were
real-world
bringing
scenario.
up ridiculous
I'm giving you a
hypothetical
real-world
situations.
scenario,
No.
Tim.
There are unicorns exist, Hoodlum, and they shit in courts sometimes.
Okay, Tim,
Oh, man.
you're just being over the top because you know where I'm going.
Hold on, can I
And
answer
where
you
I'm-
on
no,
the
no, no,
soccer?
where I'm going
No.
is-
Here's where you're going, Hoodlum. Where you're going is I'm going to find some outlier situation, and I'm
It
going to
happens all the
argue
time,
that
Tim.
thing, and I'm going to argue
No.
that thing, and
Can I-
I'm going to go back to this fact, Hoodlum, is that is the
You're not
way
gonna let
that
me
I'm
speak, are you?
talking about. Well, is the way that I'm talking about going to allow some illegals to go through the cracks? Yes. And I say that's worth it because it protects my rights. You're so
Yes.
afraid of this other person that you're going to
What
give
if
up
that is
your
at the
right.
expense of somebody else's life?
It's
You
not
know,
going to be
the-
at the
the
expense of
fact
somebody
is-
else's life.
It has been at the
The
expense.
fact is that
And
the
so
Trump
have
administration
Americans
is
have
paying
unalived
people,
Americans.
Can I just make
paying
my point
people like
without
bounty
you,
hunters.
like
They are
straw manning
paying
it before
people
I make it?
$1,000 a head
Nobody wants to
to
hear.
arrest
Just stop
people,
with your fucking
and they are paying people
Karen,
$30,000
like
a head now
HOA,
to
you
unalive
know,
people.
suburban perspective.
He said HOA
Can I
suburban
ask you,
perspective.
when
Yeah.
did this become the Hoodlum show?
White
I thought
Democrat
this was the
women are
liberal
going to be the end
loudmouth
of
show.
this country.
It's not okay
ex-
to pay for the
hold on.
government to pay
Positivity.
people to hunt other
Hold on.
people.
Dangerfield, expand on what you mean. How do you believe
Okay,
that
well,
this is the
we
hoodlum
keep
show?
going back and forth with this guy. The question
Uh-huh.
puts an hour and a half ago when I joined, U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. That's ICE. They do not receive, if you go to their website, they do not receive police training. They are not allowed to stop a bank robbery.
This
They are
is
not
a
allowed
dangerous
to
rhetoric.
capture an escaped convict. Their job is to find illegals and bring them in. How
Correct.
do they know that people are illegals? The Supreme Court has given them permission to racially profile. If
Exactly.
they came to arrest you, liberal, okay, they could say you looked Hispanic. And that's how they get away with it. They can arrest basically anybody because
That's
of
not
what
true.
the Supreme Court said.
It is
That's not
true.
true. No.
It
Nope.
is
That's
true,
the
Tim.
factor of race, along with other factors. That wasn't the sole reason.
Exactly.
And in
Well,
fact,
it was
and in
race
You
fact,
can't use
and in
just race.
fact, and in
suspicion.
fact,
Wait.
Kavanaugh later in another fucking ruling put in the fucking footnotes is in disagreement with his own fucking argument from a prior case. So don't come up here and act like just because you look like it, now the Supreme Court says that you can do this. That's not true, and that's not what the case said.
No,
It is true, actually.
It
you have to
isn't
have
true,
race.
and that's not what the case said, hoodlum.
Okay, hold on. It includes if you pick race and suspicion together. Okay, good was not being suspected of being Hispanic, so I don't know where the hell they got their ideas there. But
Obstruction.
and she didn't come anywhere near close to hitting anybody. And if you look at the scene photos of the vehicle afterwards, left and right, you'll notice, up in Minneapolis, they use road salt. Well, there's road salt on both sides of the car.
Making
The only
excuses,
place where the road
Dangerfield.
salt was
Keep
wiped away
tapping
was by the driver's window.
and keep gifting.
Oh, now I can gift.
So
Okay.
here's the gymnastics that the left has been playing for months. You have Potivity over here, acting like every immigrant is just this law-abiding, little angel that just wants to, make some money for the,
The majority of them are.
for the quinceañera party, right?
Here we go
But
again.
that's
It's still the hoodlum
Huge
show.
majority of them are.
How are you figuring it's a hoodlum show because he's talking?
Because I never finished what I was going to say. We invited these people here. We brought them here intentionally because of our greed. We wanted cheap labor. We weren't happy with
I
slavery.
didn't invite him.
So we hired all these people. I had a roof put on my house. Okay, it cost me $10,000 less than anybody else. They were all Mexican. Okay,
Well, you're
or
part of the
Hispanic.
problem then.
And they probably got it done in 2 days.
There's people working in the fields for $7 an hour, no benefits, and sleeping in a barn, and yet still paying taxes. Those are the people that Trump wanted to get the hell out of here, and then he changed his mind. And now he has to pay the farmers $12 billion because we fucked up.
Okay.
Now you can go ahead. Now I land my plane.
Yeah, so Dangerfield, you're part of the problem. See, you see these people as somebody that you can exploit because you're cheap, right?
Not me.
And
That's what I'm saying.
unfortunately,
That's what they're doing.
hold on, between you and Positivity over here is the problem. I'm sorry, but we have borders and we have laws to conduct what we do at those borders and people that come in here unlawfully. And I'm sorry that you don't fucking like it and you don't want to enforce those laws. But Donald Trump is the executor and he is to enforce the laws that we have on the books. And that's exactly what he's doing. And you
He's
guys
breaking
can
the
cry all the
laws.
fuck
He's
you
not
want.
enforcing them. He's breaking them. He's taking bribes.
Okay,
He's
hold on.
taking money.
He
He's
does have a
grifting
timer.
money into his pocket.
He does have a timer.
He's the most
She
compromised
can't help
person
herself,
ever.
Tim. She can't help
Okay.
herself.
He has a timer. Let me put your time back.
Yeah, so whether you agree with the laws that we have on the books, that's regardless. Okay? You have a way to change the law. And you say the Langford bill. We have Elizabeth Warren and Chuck Schumer that didn't support that. You had Joe Biden come up with an immigration bill at the beginning of his administration that the Democrats didn't even get out of committee. So when you say this bullshit that comes out of your mouth, I don't take you seriously anymore because you're full of shit.
You're lying. You're the
Okay.
one who's lying.
Positivity, go ahead.
Yeah, the Langford bill did get written. It got proposed. It had enough support from Republicans who were all going to sign it. And all they needed was a few Democrats, and they had them because they had Kirsten Sinema or whatever, and what's his name up in Pennsylvania, the coal king. Anyway, they had enough signatures to get it out of the House. They had enough signatures to get it out of the Senate. They would have passed the immigration bill because they knew that they could get it, get the Republicans to stop talking about immigration and worrying about it and promoting Donald Trump for it if they could get it out, because they knew that Donald Trump had been corrupt his first administration. He was going to be corrupt his second administration. He was trying to tear down the walls of our democracy. So they were working hard with Republicans to get this bill passed. They got the bill proposed, and Donald Trump called the Republicans and said, don't even. I need this issue to run on. I need this fear to plant into these right-wing nut jobs so that I can get in office again.
Yeah, and they came out and admitted that they had Trump had said that they wanted to unalive the bill.
The Speaker of the House
and to point out, they said it was about immigration. They unalived a good immigration bill. They said it was about rugs. He pardons rug dealers. This man is lying to you, and you just keep. Can I take
Tim,
it?
That's not true, Tim.
I'll just gag on it for you, Donnie.
Months before the bill even got done, the Speaker of the House said it's dead in the water. So before Donald Trump even came out and said it, Donald Trump did do that. But before that, the Speaker of the House said it's dead in the water.
No,
That's
he didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, he did.
No, he did after
Donald Trump did not want that passed. Whether it was going to come out or not, Donald Trump told them to not pass it. That's a fucking fact.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, correct. So whether it was going to pass or not, this belies the claims that Donald Trump made that he cared anything about immigration. He didn't. It was a means to an end, just like his rug claims in Venezuelan boats. It was all bullshit. He pardons rug dealers. He pardons fraudsters while claiming he's against fraud. He pardons, J6ers while claiming he's against people unaliving the government and going after federal officers, et cetera, et cetera. It's all bogus.
And don't forget he's hiding the e-files, and he dismantled the FBI portion that monitors human trafficking.
Yes.
So
he just lies.
All of the things
he lies.
that he ran on, all of the things that he said he cared about, he dismantled the government from being able to even hold him accountable for them.
Maybe it's the government that's in.
I heard somebody else. Is that Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. You haven't talked yet. Go ahead.
It seems like to me that Hoodlum is very concerned with the illegal immigrants that have come in this country and committed crimes. That's where your main focus is, right, Hoodlum? Are those that are coming into this country committing crimes?
Importance, yes.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you a question. In our country, undocumented or illegal, I don't care which term you want to use, people in this country, how many of them are currently incarcerated for felonies in this country?
I don't know. I could probably look up.
Okay, I'll help you out with the number. It's over 600,000. There's over 600,000 illegal or undocumented immigrants in this country currently incarcerated for felonies. We know where they are. We know where they sleep every night. Shit, we know what they eat every fucking day. But yet, your president hasn't grabbed any one of those 600,000 and had them sent out of the country. You know why? Because he doesn't care about illegal immigrants committing crimes, because those go into the prison systems, the private prison systems, his buddies own and control and need the money from the federal government to house there. So if it is about those that have committed crimes in this country that are illegal, he knows right where they're at. He knows where they sleep every day. He knows what the fuck they eat every day. And he doesn't. He doesn't care. And y'all got them boots so far down your fucking throat, you can't see simple shit like that. A bunch of freaking bootlickers. We know where they're at. He's not getting rid of them. He's leaving them right here in this country because it benefits the people that support him.
Calm down.
Can I respond?
No.
Ryan?
No.
Yes. Let somebody else talk.
They're building more prisons.
45 seconds because Hoodlum was called out. 45 seconds.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I won't even take that long, Tim. So,
Yeah, you
you
will.
know, the left seems to think that, words are actions, and I don't. You can say bootlicker this and bootlicker that, but it doesn't phase me because they're just words and they can't hurt me. And so anytime somebody goes to that level to make their argument, I just stop listening. I'm just going to tell you, it has no effects on my position. You made no point, and I'm actually probably stupider because I heard you.
I see what you did
Can
there.
I ask Hoodlum one question? Hoodlum, what state do you live in?
California.
The state of
How
denial.
does
He
your
lives
I
in the
want to know how
state
does your
of
tongue
denial.
I want to know how does your tongue reach all the way to Washington D.C. to lick Trump's testicles?
So first of all, it's called the internet. Okay, it's
Testicles.
called Zoom calls, and
Testicles.
it's called being part of the action committees and the focus groups on what the administration is going to do. Yep.
You mean the lies that they tell you that you soak up like you're licking the soul of a boot?
They do shit. Like literally,
They need to be doing something.
Why is it that he gets to if they okay, real question, right? If he is doing illegal or if he's doing is it that we're upset that he's doing legal things that we don't like, or is he doing illegal things and Congress is just sitting on their ass and just letting him do it all? Who are we really mad at? Are we mad at Trump for doing what he's legally able to do? Are we mad at him because he's getting away with whatever he wants? Or should we be mad at Congress for not doing jack shit and just getting on TV and letting Jeffries go off on these monologues about whatever the fuck he wants to, but nothing coming from it? Like, are the Democrats
Who controls
literally?
Congress?
I hear you, and maybe it'll change here in the midterms, and hopefully for everybody's sake it does, I guess, right?
But you answered,
Trump.
but by
Do
you
you see
saying
any-
that, you answered your own question.
Well-
why is Congress not doing anything? Because they're bootlickers like Hoodlum.
Let me
That's why.
play Benjamin to answer that question. Let me play this clip a little bit.
Checks on your power.
Oh, let me rewind so you can fully hear that question.
Do you see any checks on your
know what you're
power
gonna play.
on the world stage? Is there anything that could stop you if you wanted to?
Yeah, there's one thing, my own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop. And
The words of a dictator. That is the words of a man who is.
I will say they are pretty sketchy words.
Yeah. And so Congress needs to do something, absolutely. Congress is run by Republican MAGA fuckers at this point. So if we're going to be mad at people, we need to be mad at I'm sorry I wasn't talking. Holy shit, I wasn't talking. I don't know. It was like in my head, but I think it was coming out. Go ahead, guys. I'll be right back.
It's the Justice Department's fault. They're going
So,
after
Liberal, I actually
no
had a
one.
question for you, Liberal.
So let me just say this. We are in a state of emergency, continuation of government situation, and I'm sorry that you guys don't know what's really going on in this country right now, but we have been, and we still are, in a WAR, and it's of information, and the fact that foreign actors have tried to usurp our sovereignty. And I just think that, unfortunately, not enough people have done the research to understand why he would
Which
say
foreign
what he
actor?
said. Britain.
Oh, Britain. Yeah, yeah.
But not PUTIN.
No,
Oh my God.
it's Britain.
Why do you talk to
I would advise you to look at Executive Order 14199 and the what has come of it. The commission Marco Rubio led in the State Department that pulled us out of 66 UN organizations and NGOs because it doesn't put the United States interest in mind. And you know what? This globalist free trade world is exactly what we're fighting against, because look at Europe right now. They don't have free speech, right?
They do have free
You
speech.
don't have
can't
free
hold on.
speech.
Hold on. You can't work without a digital ID. They are going full authoritarian. And you know what? Thank God
We don't have free
Donald Trump
speech.
in this
You
country.
know what?
Thank
You know
God we have
what,
Donald Trump
Hoodlum?
fighting for this
The
country.
mistake that you're making is this.
Oh no, it's all
You
true.
you want the United States currency to continue to be the dominating world currency, but you don't want it used anywhere but here. Any
That's an
country
oxymoron statement, just so you know.
any country that has any country the right now the US, or I guess before the Trump presidency, the US dollar was considered the most reliable and valuable currency to own, because even in like Thailand or wherever you were, that money held value and held strong value against all the other currencies. And the problem is that you guys are bringing all the dollars back here. Stop giving humanitarian aid that doesn't benefit us. Stop helping people when they're having conflicts. Stop doing all, except for Israel. And the fact is that without the US dollar being used as the world currency to help other nations and do all of that, we become a easily collapsible currency, where our dollar will soon at Trump's decision making be worth nothing more than toilet paper. You're going to want to wipe your ass with it because it
Actually,
has
you're
zero
100%
value.
correct. The dollar, okay, the gold has gone up 27% since Trump took office. That means the US dollar is worth shit, okay? The world wants to get paid for trade in their own currency or in gold, okay? It hasn't caught up to us yet, but wait till it does.
You guys should stick to social
No.
issues because you obviously don't know finances.
No, I used to teach economics, asshole.
Okay, cool. So we
Yeah,
haven't had.
yeah, and I
we
study
listen,
economics like a side
listen.
job.
We haven't been
So
on the.
you're the one who doesn't know what you're doing.
We haven't been on the Bretton Woods agreement since 1972, and all I can say is that you act like we are, and we're not. The reason why people want gold and to trade in their own currency is because of Basel III requirements from banks around the world. But again, you don't say that, right? You want to do some
No,
propagandist
you're wrong.
bullshit.
You're using that as an excuse. You're
No,
wrong.
it's called
Yeah,
fact.
it's the fact that Bannon fed him. That's what it is. And Bannon
I
is
haven't watched
an
that guy in
anarchist.
2 years.
Bannon is an anarchist, and he doesn't like any
You probably
form
watch
of
Bannon
government.
more than I do, crazy.
No, I watch what he's doing because he's destroying our country. He's a
Again,
terrible
I
human
haven't
being.
watched that guy in like
And
2 years.
yeah, see, but you did. And you
Well,
still
you-
probably follow his pages, and you're
I
still
just said
informed
that I
by it.
hadn't in 2 years. Well, meanwhile, you watch him every day.
Okay, Hoodlum, do you recall what caused the 1929 Great Depression?
Yeah, it was a manufactured crash by foreign actors.
No. Number one,
It was done by the Federal Reserve Bank withdrawing liquidity
hold
from
on.
our system.
Uber got
Correct.
got it
Thank you,
passed through
Chip.
Congress, the Smoot-Hawley Act, to put tariffs on other countries' goods coming to
That's
America
incorrect.
because we were poor and we needed to make money.
That's
Okay,
incorrect.
that was the beginning. Then, for some strange reason, gold shot up. Guess what? 25%. And then the Fed was convinced to lower interest rates.
I think you're
Bada
cherry
bing,
picking.
over the next 10
The
years,
Fed wasn't
people
even
were
a
living
thing.
on shitholes.
The Fed wasn't even established at that point. What are you
Yes, it
talking
was.
about?
Jesus Christ. What is the matter with you? Anyway, I'm out of here because, like
Yeah,
I said,
good.
I thought
You're
this was the
spreading
liberal
misinformation.
loudmouth show, not the hoodlum show.
It's
Okay. Well, it's not the hoodlum show. So that you think that I don't know what to
Lib.
say. What?
Hey, Lib.
Yeah.
Do you have that picture of Christy Nolan at the podium the other day that said that says on the podium, one of yours, one of ours, all of yours?
Not sure what you're talking about.
Anyways, that's a quote. Did you know that?
From the Nazis.
That statement that's on there is a quote from Yahtzee, Germany. So when the party first was starting, and when they were starting their atrocities, there was a Yahtzee soldier that was unalived in a town. The Yahtzees then went into that town and unalived every male over the age of 10 years old, took all of the females out of that town and put them in camps where they were eventually all unalived. And they came up with that slogan, one of ours, all of yours. That is a direct quote from the Yahtzee party in Germany. And our head of DHS and Homeland Security has it on a podium while giving a speech.
And your point, Brian?
Yeah, what is that?
Is that's what the Republican Party wants. They want to be Yahtzees. They want to be fascists. They want to be dictators. That's what this is all about. All this propaganda that they have everywhere. Even in their ads to come and be an ICE agent, it says come and save your culture. What is your culture? What is our culture?
I can tell you what it is.
What culture is it that they're
Oh,
trying
man.
to save?
I can tell you what it is.
What
Hold
is
up. I
it?
really
What
want
is
to know
it,
what your culture
Hoodlum?
is.
Are you ready? Tim, do I have the floor?
Dude, you already
Okay,
spoke.
I just don't want to interrupt, dude. I'm just trying
Man,
to be
shut the fuck
respectful.
up. You know what? Get the fuck out of here, you dumbass. Get the like, bro, you literally were speaking and then you stopped talking to Crybaby to me. And fuck you, disrespectful punk. Like, just be gone with you. Stupid.
Hey, host, I wish I would have found your live a long time ago. Your live's awesome. Just want to say that.
Well, I appreciate that. I've been around for what, 9 months now or so.
Nice.
Been up and down a little bit. Yeah, hoodlum, and now you don't get to speak, dumbass. Anyway,
The worst.
Yeah, I was going to say there were some rough spots there about 4 or 5 months ago. Really, huh, Lib?
oh, I'm sure it's still going on. I'm sure those fucking liberals. I got a group of liberals that just can't stand me.
His
Yeah,
fan club.
I just don't understand how MAGA doesn't understand they're anti-American at all. Like MAGA stands for anti-America.
That's what I was going to say. The liberals hate you more than the Republicans do. Tim?
That's true.
Tim,
I
what
have more
happens
Republicans
if the
that gift me
midterm-
too. Do what?
What happens if the Democrats win in the midterms? Is that gonna solve anything as far as? I mean, what are we gonna gain? Is Trump gonna be? You know, he said. Okay, let me ask you this because I don't understand this, and this is just.
The only way you know it is going to is that
Hold
they're
on.
panicking about
One second.
it.
Just 1 second. If Trump said we got to win, otherwise they're going to impeach me. Impeaching him doesn't mean that he's going to be actually impeached out of office, because he's been impeached before, but he's never been kicked out.
Right.
Two different
There's
things.
two types of impeachment.
Right. There's
Ben. There's two types of impeachment. There's an impeachment which is just on paper. It's a slap on the hand. Bad Trump. That's what he got the first time. Then there's an impeachment in which you can be removed from office.
Well, you can be removed from office
so for
after
me,
being
it's
impeached. It's whether they vote to remove you or not during the impeachment
Okay,
process.
What do you
so
mean,
unlike
2/3?
this,
Well, I think that they're going to Article 2 them. And if they Article 2 them, that's when you hold an administration accountable for high crimes and misdemeanors, such as bribery. And I think they're going to Article 2 him, and that means the entire administration is removed, because the entire administration is corrupt. Tom Holman, Kristi Noem, all of them have been grifting taxpayer money into their friends and their pockets, and that is a high crime and misdemeanor.
The only way I would support an impeachment, it would be if they were all being tried. If that's not going to happen,
right.
even I would not support impeachment, and I'm going to tell you why. Because if they're not going to prosecute
Why do you say
them, I'm going to tell you, if they're not going to prosecute them, leave him in office. And the reason I say that, it's going to hurt us. It's going to hurt us all. But you know who it's going to hurt the worst? Those poor sons of bitches down south who voted for this son of a bitch. And they need to feel the full throttle of the shit that he does for the next 4 years, so that they don't forget the suffering that they're about to undergo with this guy leading our country, so that they never, ever, ever vote for an asshole like him ever again in life. They need to feel the pain, and we're going to feel it with them. Fuck, we might all be destitute. I wouldn't give a fuck. I'm willing to go through it just so that nobody like him ever enters this office again.
But they're already going through it. They don't care. They're in line.
They will.
They're in food lines.
Do you guys want to hear?
We're not nowhere near as bad as this thing's going to
Yeah, but they were
not even close.
Lines, and they were still saying, "Oh, I still support him."
Do you guys want to hear a conservatives thing for you guys to win the midterms, or is it just?
I think that the AI shit and all the stuff that Musk did with Doge and put all that stuff in there, I don't think we're going to see it. I don't think it's going to happen.
The House is for sure. I think the House, the the Democrats are going to take the House, but the Senate, and if you guys don't take the Senate, impeachment is just like it was the last time. It just made Trump better.
I'm optimistic. I think that if we still have free and fair elections, that in every single race across the country, the big if is that. But if we have free and fair elections, the Democrats are taking 75% of the votes all the way down the ballot.
Let
me play a clip.
That's a little delusional.
Let me play a clip to put maybe into context. But go ahead, Brian. I think you were going to say something.
I was going to say what may be an unpopular opinion is I think that that Elon Musk rigged the election. But that's just my personal opinion. There's no absolute proof of it.
Yeah, we can't say that.
I am 100% on board with you there.
I'm sorry.
We can't say that. Yeah, you can't say that on TikTok. They will fucking trash this shit and bring it down.
Well, if they tag me, I'll drop.
Well, you go down that road, then the whole 2020 thing has to be brought up because you're doing the same thing. So,
I will say
but there's no evidence
during the midterm
for the 2020 stuff.
This one was either.
Yeah, but the orange monster went on the podium and he said, "Hey," like he said it that it happened. He said it happened.
Yeah,
there's a lot of evidence too. They're in the middle of doing the investigations, and there's a lot of evidence. And
you gotta change the subject.
And they are finding that it's probable.
Let me just play this clip, and it's not totally related, but I think you'll understand why when you hear this crazy fucking rug guy here. I don't know what. Maybe he's just weird, quirky. Who fucking knows? This is Palantir. Just listen to what they say.
Alex, as always, we have a lot of individual investors on the line. Is there anything you'd like to say before we end the call?
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am. Let's not talk to analysts about the burden of being right, our burdens of investing in ontology, our burdens of actually looking at the math, the burden of reading what the Rule of 40 is, the burden of being honest about what an enterprise software company is, or the burden of explaining to your friends that you're really happy. Maybe we should just stop talking about it. I'm very happy to have you along for the journey, and you are partners for us. Every Palantirian, we are crushing it. Everyone else who's listening, we are dedicating our company. We have dedicated our company to the service of the West and the United States of America, and we're super proud of the role we play, especially in places we can't talk about. And we love our success in the U.S. and globally. Also, we are doing in the United Kingdom and many other places. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare our enemies and on occasion kill them.
There you go. That is the people that Donald Trump has surrounded himself with. These companies who have this weird ideology, and this AI shit is able to do it. So I have little faith in our midterms. We'll see what happens, but I have very little faith. I think they've.
Tim,
I
let
think,
me
one more
ask you
thing.
this.
I think they've
Well,
already
let me
set
add
it
one
up.
thing to that real quick, guys. Let me add one thing to that. Peter Thiel, who's the co-founder of Palantir, very wealthy, highly connected insider, he is the primary funder of J.D. Vance's Senate campaign.
That's right.
And he is grooming J.D. Vance to be the replacement for Donald Trump to carry through this AI dystopian digital nightmare that's coming our way. So look out below.
And that actually, because Brian, I was with you until you went off about the other stuff. I don't think we should impeach him because J.D. Vance scares me more than Donald Trump does. Because we'll see this, but without the asshole. And J.D.
Yeah,
Vance
see,
will be able to nicely convince these people to just let them take over their entire lives.
exactly.
And I think
Yeah,
that's
Well,
no,
more of
I
a
agree.
problem.
the
And
problem is the
I agree
people.
with you, Lib, and that's why I specifically said the only way that I would support that is if everybody, like she said, is Article 2, and they're going to prosecute everybody, including JD. So
They have to.
in lieu of that, I
That
do
And
not
Mike
support.
Johnson,
I do
too.
not support.
Get that
that's not
bitch
going to
out of there,
happen.
Yeah,
too.
That's wishful thinking.
It
yeah.
is. But
We
if
have
they
to come to
don't,
reality.
if they
We
aren't
have to
willing to
come to
do
reality.
that, then the option is to
It's the
stay
Constitution.
everybody in place as it is,
Yes.
and to pass laws saying ICE can't do this, to remove their budget, to take away that money, because now they got fucking hundreds and hundreds of vehicles in Kansas that's now parked. So they're about to go and do this shit in Kansas. They've got new weaponry that they can use. They now the military even uses weapons that makes you vomit, makes your eyes
Yeah.
bleed.
Yep.
So there is no telling what they're willing to do. And Congress has to stop that. And Democrats, if they take over and they don't do anything or whatever, then that's its own issue.
We
But
have
Congress,
drones. We have unmanned drones right now that can carry passengers.
crazy.
Carry
Let me,
passengers.
Tim, and when Trump's term is up, and let's say Democrats get in, would y'all want? Would you rather forget everything that's happened if everybody's willing to just forget it and move forward and try something new, or would you want to use all that time with Democrats in power to go back and go after all these people? Which is more important to you?
I'm
They all need to
I'm
be held
torn.
accountable. The law
I'm
needs to be held.
I'm torn on that because on one hand, if you don't punish people for bad actions, like banks, for example, if you don't punish them, they keep doing it, and we see that over and
Yeah.
over again. But on the other hand, if you do that, now they have rhetoric to use to just come back and say, they were picking on us. Even though these are real crimes that they're actually committing and they really do deserve it.
Exactly. You ever heard the old saying, you come after the king and he doesn't die? That's what happened. That's why Trump's in office right now. The first two
Right.
impeachments.
I'm just looking for peace one day before I get old and gray,
Hey, Aaron.
I guess. I don't
They're
know.
going to have rhetoric either way. If we do nothing, then the rhetoric will be, look, they said we were committing crimes, but they didn't do anything.
That's
So
true
we
as
weren't
well.
really committing crimes.
But do
That's
you
true
agree
as
with
well.
And if we hold them accountable, we make all the trials public, we expose all the information that we have, and we give all the evidence, which is what needs to happen with the P3DOs too.
Do you agree with them? Do you agree with them impeaching Trump if they do not take back the Senate?
I agree with them holding him accountable and impeaching him every time he commits a high crime. Yes.
But if
I
they
don't
don't
care
take
if
back the
he,
Senate, when you know
I
he's not
don't
going to be kicked
care.
out of office.
I don't care if he ends his presidency with 45 impeachments. I don't care.
Okay, so
As long
do you know
as
by you
he,
doing that,
as long
and
as
not
he
removing him,
is held
just gives fodder for the
accountable.
Republicans to win in 28, right?
As
Yes,
long
but it
as he
shouldn't.
is held accountable for every crime he breaks, I want him held as accountable as a janitor in a black janitor in an elementary school.
You got to
would be
think
held.
from your head and not from your heart.
I want equal justice for everybody. I want them to treat the presidents of the United States as if he is a black janitor. That's what I want. Because I want them to treat the law like it applies to him the same as it does to that guy. I
And
don't
it
want
should.
anybody above the law. I don't want a rich man above the law. I don't want a liar above the law. I don't want people who have a lot of money to be able to say, "Oh, I didn't do it." They have no evidence and hire people to talk for him that convince people that the law isn't the law and he didn't break the law. I don't want any of that.
77 million people
What's up,
didn't agree
liberal?
with you.
Hey, what's up? Now, let me, Eucalyptus, let me get to Kara because Kara's been waiting for a while, hasn't spoken yet, and then I'll get around the room and make sure everybody gets in there. Kara, did you want to jump in? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, the conversation shifted quite a bit since I jumped in, but I just wanted to remind people that the founders and the writers of the Constitution were very, very explicit and specific in their wording. And if you've actually read it, really read it, you would see that very little is the word citizen used. The words the people are used, and encompassing everybody, jurisdiction thereof. That's why the word the people was used instead of citizens, and people seem to forget that, and that's all I wanted to say, because the dude that I wanted to tell that to is gone now. So, but thank you, Lib.
Yeah, absolutely. And the founders, you know, the people, the revolutionaries or whatever, have told us that it is our duty to abolish a government that stops working for the people.
Yeah, but everybody's afraid of that for some reason.
Well, that has to go out the window because, what does your life look like if you don't have freedom? We sit up here and complain about other things.
We're too comfortable.
We are too comfortable. That's a fucking fact.
We're too comfortable.
I could argue the government hasn't been working for the people for years.
That's true. That's true.
For decades.
That's why Trump was able to take power, is because that is a truth. The government has been working for the rich and the companies. They have not been working for us. They have not been fighting climate change. They've not been bettering education.
Trump
They've
did not take
been
office
doing
just because Trump took
anything.
office because the Democrats went too far.
No,
That's why he took office.
Well, I don't think that the Democrats went too far at all, though, Corey. And
Yeah, that's not true.
Because let's
The Dems
think
don't do
about this.
anything.
And Potivity, I know you're saying something. I want to give you a chance. But we have to, if we're going to be a nation of laws, we have to apply those laws equally. And so is it true that by human nature, a segment of our population is going to feel sorry for Trump because they, quote unquote, went after him? That's true. But is that more important than applying the law equally to everybody? Because like the guy that just shot Renee Good in the face, that was totally unnecessary and the man needs to go to jail for it. Or at least go to court over it.
Well, he needs exactly. He
To be
he has
prosecuted.
his day in court. Yeah,
Has
because there's
to.
two sides. There's two sides of that too.
Right. And that's the point, Corey, because we know that they're going to use that if the state brings up charges on this man. The right is going to use that as oh my God, look, they're going after federal agents. This is a war against these people are terrorists, and then it's going to call prosecutors terrorists, and that they're trying to overthrow the federal government. That's what they're going to say. But we can't worry about that when the fact of the matter is that you have to apply the law, and if these people broke the law, they have to be held accountable, because if they don't, then what the fuck is the law? What's the point
even the
if
people,
you're not going to enforce it?
Even in the people in the power, like the politicians be able to do stop trading, the presidents, drone striking people without the authorization. I mean,
weddings. Yeah, drone striking weddings. Crazy. And they've just been doing it for so long. So the silver lining here is that after a time of hurt and devastation and violence, on the other side, there could be one of two outcomes: full-on tyranny, or the people finally said, fuck you, this government is useless, and abolishes it and restarts it again.
Exactly. I think,
that's
honest
the
to God,
outcome
Tim,
that we need.
if we don't come to a middle ground, like some people with some kind of civility and brains and come together, because, if the right's bad and the left's bad, then what is it? I mean, you know what I'm saying? We have to come together as American people, or it's going to be a civil war.
Right. Or revolution. I mean, I'm not sure that we'll see a civil war necessarily. I think it'll be more like a revolt. You know, because the government has already declared war on the American citizen. They already have. We're watching it happen right now. Like, not
ICE
everywhere.
is doing it right now.
But
That's
yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah, it's happening. Now, Eucalyptus, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. It's good to see you. Go ahead.
Good to see you guys too. So I want to bring your attention to Snyder versus United States of America 2024. All right. I'll drop it in the comments. Snyder versus USA 2024. Big case, right? This was back when all the chatter was going on about Clarence Thomas and the gratuities he received for decisions. In this ruling, the Supreme Court decided that under the federal statute, which is 18 U.S.C. 666, that if gratuity is... Sorry, I received a call. If gratuity is received after an official act,
it's not a bribe.
It does not constitute bribery. Yes. Okay?
I remember that.
So, so, you know, the conversation about above the law or under the law or nobody is above the law.
Through
guess
the
what?
law.
And whichever way you want to look at it, right? The ultimate decider in this scenario in Minneapolis with the ICE agent, the decision maker is the U.S. attorney. Even the local district attorney can decide, hey, I'm going to bring forward charges. But according to the law, this federal agent can ask for a change of venue to a federal court where they've already decided, the decision maker has decided, hey, it's a done deal. We're not investigating. It's self-defense, even though I disagree with this. And I'm not moving forward with prosecuting. That is the law.
Yeah, because he has immunity.
Yeah, not really. Outside of his official acts, he doesn't have immunity. And he did go outside of his policy and putting himself in front of the vehicle, et cetera, et cetera. But the U.S. attorney gets to decide whether she or he wants to prosecute or not. That's what the law says. Now, I disagree with this wholeheartedly. But what I'm happy is that Americans are paying attention. This is nothing new. This has been happening for decades, right? If it took Trump for Americans to pay attention to this, fantastic. I wish it would have happened decades ago, but I'm happy it's happening now, okay? So it's all baked into the cake. It's all baked into the cake. And my message to everybody is do something about it. This isn't new. Taking Trump out isn't going to solve this issue.
Right.
Because every pig before him that sat on that throne did the same shit. They violate Americans' constitutional rights on a regular basis because a judge decides they get to do so. Okay. The foundational issue needs to be dealt with. That's my message. You know, thank you for that's my TED Talk. Thanks for having me, liberal.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. And I actually made that point in the last video I did. I started it out by saying this, you know, what we're seeing now is just an over-exaggeration of what this country's been doing for a long, long time. And really, that's what it is. And there is silver lining here, guys, because Donald Trump just took a big fucking spotlight and pointed at all the places where the cockroaches hide. That's what he did. And so now everybody is you know, they're seeing it, but it's in like a, you know, exaggerated form. You know, not much of what he has done hasn't been done before.
Can I ask you a question?
Who is that?
Liberal, I'm going to drop, sorry for interrupting. Derail is actually up here in the request if you want to bring him up. I'm going to step down and listen. Thanks for so much.
Oh, yeah.
No, you had a good point, dude.
Derail, I don't see you in the request box, but you're welcome to come up, man. I'd love to hear from you. But you had a question. Go ahead.
So, do you think that they do it on purpose, having these broken systems? Because do you think they take advantage of the example I can give you is that I had an ex-girlfriend, right? And she worked for the health department, and she did audits on hospitals. But she would have like a computer system that was like from the 90s, and it was outdated, and their offices were
No, dude,
outdated.
it was not done on purpose, dude.
So like, yeah, but the thing, okay, so the thing is that that health department was, I was like, how much money do they make a year? And they were, and she's like, billions and billions of dollars off these audits. And then when it came down to her pay, when she was gonna get, a raise or something, they only gave her $1 raise. So I was like, you're making billions of dollars for this agency, and then you only get $1 raise a year? That's insane. So
Capitalism, dude.
so is it that they have these systems broken for a reason, so they could use it to profit from everything?
Well, I mean, largely speaking, so take education, probably the best example of this, because we used to have a somewhat decent education system in the U.S. It wasn't great for everybody, but what we did have was better. If it had been applied equally, it would have been great. So what they ended up doing was defunding their schools, especially in like red states. And they defund them to the point to where they're just not operating properly. And then they'll point to it and say, look, the government can't operate these good, right? Because the government sucks. They're doing it with Social Security. They'll strip money from it. They won't fund it. They won't lift the cap on, what you're going to, be paying in dollar wise. I think it's like 187,000 up to, that's, you don't pay on Social Security anymore over that. And then they turn around after they have, broken it, and they're like, look, it's broken. Government sucks. And the purpose, and I think rightly you point out that they want to privatize these things. They want to privatize education. They want to privatize Social Security. That's what 401k was kind of an attempt to do that a little bit. And so that they can just scrape and rape and pillage more from us than what they already have. So if there's something that is like purely from the government, Social Security, education, they want to be able to profit from that. So they will pay these people to break these systems so that they can point to it and say government sucks, even though they're the ones that broke it, and then turn around and privatize it.
Well, look, first of all, private education system is better than public,
it isn't.
right?
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it is, dude. I went to private school, like, and the education system was
not true.
much better than public.
Well, if you went to
many people that come from private, and they're
well, hold on. We got 12 people trying to weigh in. Sure, but I want to point out to Lift and Shift that those private schools generally pick the students that they get. So statistics that you see about private industry, the statistics. Well, they also have entry applications, a lot of them. So whenever you look statistically, you look at the statistics, it's skewed on its face. So you can't really go based off the numbers, right? But when you break it down, when you break it down socioeconomically, it's no better and oftentimes worse than the public education system.
What I'm saying is, if you live, let's say you just live in, I don't know, let's say you live in the Bronx or somewhere in the city, right? And if you have the option to go to public school or private school, which one would you rather go to, right? Which is going to give you better education, right? Private, right? Is that not fair to say?
That's not fair to say.
Well, let me if I can, because I deal with private and public schools as a coach. I have kids that attend both private and public, so we can talk about there's benefits to private school. Some being the size of the classrooms. Most private schools, on national average, range in a 13-to-1 ratio. That means for every teacher, there's 13 students. Most public schools are in a 30-to-1 ratio, where they have 30 kids per teacher, which obviously we can just immediately see the benefits of having less people in the classroom where a teacher can apply more attention. Usually private schools have more money, right? Because they're funded by a private source, and they have things like that. So in that sense, it is better. But to Lib's point and to what he's saying, it's also a bit skewed because they're particular about who attends that school. A public school has no say-so of who shows up. right? And so there's tests and there's money involved for kids to attend those schools. Now, what I would say is that some of my kids coming from different environments struggle a little bit more than other kids coming from other environments in those private schools, and so it's tougher on them in that school system. The thing to me that I say separates public school and private school for me is the private schools that I know of, their graduating classes, which are smaller, get equal to more money for students going on to secondary education than public schools. So, for example, my son graduated from a public high school. They had a 300 and some person graduating class, and they had $3 million in funding for college amongst those 300 students. The private school in our area in that same year had 100-person graduating class, and they got the same $3 million in funding for their graduating class. So obviously, their money went a lot further. In addition, is um, the percentage of kids that receive money. In our private schools, generally they're in the 90 percentile of kids that receive money for college and secondary education going forward. In public schools, it can be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 18%. So that is the difference to me of private school and public school.
Okay, but you just stated out a point where basically private school has a better track record of
I agree with you. I'm not
developing
saying I
students.
disagreed with you. I was just trying to. I also agree with Lib that those they're better results, but they're results that are also not fair to make a comparison because the private school doesn't have to take anybody that shows up to its doors. The public school does. You don't
Right.
have special education in a private school. You have it in a public school, but those numbers and those get factored in to their numbers. So if you have a kid that needs special education and struggles with the tests and things that are applied in the public school system, and you don't have that in the private school system, of course they're going to do better. So that's the big difference. So I agree with Lib, and I also agree with you, but I don't think there's a real comparison because of how and who is let into the school systems.
I think the point. I think the
Fair trade.
point. I think that I think the point is that you, if you were to get rid of all public education and go to private only, it would look exactly the same.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, well,
I don't
yes,
think
it would. Yes, it would.
We've seen, first of all, that the outcomes are better in private schools. So the factor that you're
While public schools exist.
You know,
I don't think that weighs in on it.
I think that would make the public more
it
stupid.
does.
Like, I think they would make the public even worse because you would have to pay to go to school. Like,
Well,
people can't afford to even have dinner sometimes. They're not going to be able to pay to have their kids go to
Bro, you're
school.
talking about the
You know,
poorest
in
sections,
in
dude.
the state
No,
the
middle.
state that this idea began, which is the state that is run by Betsy DeVos, their educational levels for testing fell among their schools. It basically collapsed her school system when she put in the voucher system. And the reason that it doesn't work is because they put in this voucher system. They say, oh, you're going to get $7,000 per student to pay for private education. Most private education is about $10,000 a year. So that's an extra $3,000 burden on families, and then it disperses the public schools because public schools get paid per student also. It thins out their resources to the point where they can't operate functionally either, and they have these buildings that they've already got that cost a lot and cost more every year for energy costs and things like that. And what it does to the education of students is it takes away a lot of the federal requirements for checking our students doing okay. You know, they don't have to write IEPs. They don't have to develop individual education plans. And so the people that are left at the public schools, whose parents can't afford it, they end up just dropping out of school because it's a huge problem for education. It's not a solution. Now we do need solutions for education, but dismantling the
You
public
don't drop
system
out of
is
school
the
like that.
worst idea. It's the worst idea.
You
And
don't drop out
and
of school that easily, right? You have there's like you get policed on that, right? You can't just drop out of school like willy nilly. Like you can't do that, right? So
no,
first of all,
they're fine.
remove
The
that part from your
government run by
argument.
Republicans is fine when people drop out of school because they don't really. So they run off of. Have you ever read Ayn Rand? Ayn Rand. I don't know how
Atlas.
you say it. Yeah, have
Ayn
you read
Rand.
that? Yeah. If you've read that, then you know that the system of capitalism that is currently running depends on a class of people who are not educated, who will do the labor jobs for very cheap. That's why they don't raise the minimum wage on the Republican side. And what you're talking about is that you think that the Republicans care. They don't. They need a class of people that is unable to rise. And the Democrats don't believe in that. That's why we're more socialism. And if you look at the happiness level in socialistic countries like Denmark, I mean, they always point to
Yeah,
the
small
worst
countries.
ones.
Yeah, small countries which
They
are
always
not.
point to the worst.
Denmark came forward and said they are not socialist. Quit calling them that.
It's not politically viable, or it's not viable what you're suggesting. Okay,
No, you're
but
wrong. You're
no, it's
wrong.
Wait,
not.
It's working.
what?
No, it's
It's
not. We
What
have
working
isn't
in
330
viable?
first world
million people. You're
countries.
Wait,
talking about a
And
country with
they
what?
60
have
million
better
people.
Hold on.
lives than we
What?
do. We work
What isn't?
40 to 60
Okay.
hours a week. We don't have lives that are worth living in this country.
Bro, we
And
have 330 million people. We don't have 15 million
And
people. We're not a
we're
little country.
also the wealthiest nation on earth too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can
yeah.
afford it. Well, I don't know I don't know why you think that you believe that the United States is too poor to take care of the education of its citizens. Is that what you think, Lift?
Republicans are quitters.
Well, hold on. I asked him a question.
Try.
Hold on. Goddamn. Do you think that the United States cannot afford to educate its citizens?
You want my honest opinion?
Yeah.
No, he wants you to lie.
No, I think that we are educated enough to do that, but I just think that it's not economically viable to do that.
Okay, so you don't think that we have enough money to educate our children as a country?
When we look at the public-private sector, when we're like in education that we were talking about, I'm not sure that we do.
Okay, well, Lift.
That's
Okay, well, Lift. Let me. Okay, if you believe,
Because when you go to school for free, you don't try as hard.
If you believe that private school is the answer, who do you think pays for that?
People.
Who? You think, okay, so if you can't afford an education, is it your contention that you just don't go to school and you get a job?
What I'm saying is when you go to school for free, you don't try as hard, dude. I don't think people try as hard.
It's not free.
When you go to school.
Currently school is not free.
School.
Public school. Listen, bro. Public school is not fucking free. I pay almost $10,000 a year.
Exactly. Every time you drive down the road or go to the store, you're paying for your
I
school.
pay a lot of money directly to my public school. What are you talking about? It's free. It ain't free.
Bro, it's free in terms of when you go to private school, you have to actually pay.
You still have to pay for it.
Okay, yeah, but it's different. It's different pay, right? When you go to private school, you're still paying for public school, right? Right, you're still paying that, right?
Yes, but I don't go to fucking private school. I wouldn't pay for a private school even if I had the money.
I know,
No,
but the
Lift,
point that I'm making.
you're getting it all wrong because who pays more in taxes? A laborer who makes minimum wage or a doctor?
I'm not sure what that
Who
has to
makes
do
more?
with anything.
Who makes more money? Who pays more in
Who
taxes?
who pays more in taxes to the what
Whoever makes more
individual?
money, you pay more in taxes.
Right. So
So cut that
the
out.
doctor is a high level of education, right? And he pays more in taxes. So
Okay.
how do you hurt a society when you educate more people and more people pay more taxes because they're more educated? Like the balancing the budget thing that you're so apparently concerned about, although Trump has run us 2 trillion deeper in debt and we've gotten only terrorists on our streets for it. Honestly, like the way that you're thinking about society is wrong. The more educated people are, the more they can attain in the world and in the United States as
Yeah, but
far
it's
as
it's not viable. It's not viable
it
for
is
multiple reasons. It's
viable.
not
It
viable for
is
multiple
viable for
reasons.
that very reason.
Well,
Lift,
no,
they end up paying more taxes. We end up having more tax money. We're able to have better schools.
the
We're
system
able to
is
have better
failing, though.
educated people.
That's what he's trying to say is the education system is failing,
It is.
and it's
It's
multiple
failing because
reasons.
they keep cutting the
Why?
budget for more students.
No, it's
They
not multiple
Exactly.
reasons. You
Okay.
know
they
why?
Not
keep
if
Because
you
cutting
first
give
the
of
me
all, you
budget
have
and
$10,000 a
saying
Okay.
do
year.
more with less, do more with less, do more with less, do more
no.
with less.
Giving more money is not the answer.
Look
You
at the
have
budget for the
Because
politicians that
Pentagon.
have
Wrong.
to.
Adding more money is
okay,
the answer.
what about
Not
holding the
always.
teachers accountable that doesn't want to
No,
teach?
they're already doing that, and it's a complete waste of
Yeah,
time because
Look at
what
the
they
budget.
do,
the teacher
what they
unions, you can't even get fired on
Look
the.
at the budget for
no,
the
you're
Pentagon.
wrong. You're so
So
wrong.
Look at the budget for the
so
Pentagon. It's insane.
if you're concerned about the teachers, if you have a concern about teachers, to their point, if you went to a universal education system, there would be no more need for a teachers union because they would all be government employees.
We are on a
So
universal.
therefore, the
Taxpayers pay
No,
government
we're
free
not.
education.
the
Are you talking about Are you
essentially
talking about higher
would
I have
education?
not heard.
Okay.
to
No,
what
Do
needs
you,
to be
the
taught.
Republicans.
okay. Do you guys understand how Mississippi turned its education around? And they went from
I don't
dead
think I do.
last to like 30th. Oh yeah, no, Mississippi's education is way better than most of the states in this country.
Right. So how did they do it?
They focused on reading, and they put more money into their education system. Those two things turned it around, like fucking within 10 years.
Yes, multiple aspects, not just funding.
Yes,
Is what I'm saying.
but again,
But I don't.
You
this
have to
is
have funding
it is
to
a
focus on the
it
other
I don't.
aspects.
it is a problem that is solvable. Going to a private school isn't solvable. It's not solving it because what you're doing is
It is solvable,
you're
dude.
taking problems that already exist and you're handing it off to private companies who have a for-profit motive. That makes
Bro,
no sense to me.
I don't.
Exactly. You're right,
I
Kim.
I don't
went. I
understand
went.
what everybody's fear. I don't understand what everybody's fear is by asking the government to provide health care for everybody in this country, to provide education for everybody in this country, and to provide daycare for everybody in this country. What is our big fear of asking or requiring our government, like other governments do, to take care of those things in our country?
I don't understand that fear
It costs a
either.
lot of money, dude. That's why.
Oh, brother,
It's
money.
costing you a lot of money now. So let me tell you this.
Do you know that
Let's look at this. No, it's costing you a lot of money, but you don't see it. So let's talk about that. All right, let's talk about that. Let's talk about healthcare in particular, right up front, right? So healthcare, when you pay taxes, your taxes, a good portion of your taxes, goes to subsidies to healthcare providers. We all agree to that, right? Right? Your portion of your taxes goes to subsidies to private healthcare companies. Then you personally, or you and your employer, pay that same company for services. So now that company has received money from the government in the form of your taxes.
Bro,
Then it's receiving money from you directly and or your employer directly.
You're saying that
right?
we don't have insurance.
Right. So you're paying for it. Hold on.
No, but that's your point.
Then
That's
we
your
have
point.
laws in this country. We have laws in this country that then say that if a person goes to an emergency room, they cannot be refused treatment.
So should we
right?
not have car insurance?
So then that hospital, that hospital then has to charge that back to somebody because they're going to get paid. They're going to get paid regardless. In turn, that same company that we've been paying into raises our rates to cover for those that don't. So listen, at the end of the day, you're still paying universal health care because people aren't being refused that treatment. And you're paying for it.
Land your plane, Brian.
At a higher rate.
Land your plane,
You're paying
please.
for it at a higher rate, and you're paying for it on the tail end.
Right.
So
I'd
I'd rather pay for it up front.
Because of that same logic. Should we not have car insurance because of that same logic? Should we not?
We shouldn't have car insurance.
Have health insurance.
Some states don't have a car insurance requirement.
Yeah, we shouldn't have car insurance.
You don't have to have car insurance.
No, the state should just fucking pay for that shit.
Hey, New Hampshire doesn't have any taxes.
It's cheaper. Take the profits out of it, guys. Profits are fucking everything up. Well, I don't know why people have to try and exploit every situation to squeeze every last fucking penny out of every situation. This greedy ass shit. We can, allegedly put a fucking man on the moon, and we can't figure out how to educate people. You're telling me we can't figure out how to fucking provide health care to everybody?
We do provide
the
healthcare.
richest person, the richest country on earth in the history of the fucking world can't figure this shit out, and all of these other countries can. Come on.
Wait, we do provide free healthcare. Wait. Can you say something? We do provide free healthcare. It's just not for our country. We provide it for Israel.
Okay.
Liberal. I disagree with you on multiple points. One point that I will agree with you on is that yes, we should be investing a massive amount of money in education. I'll agree with you there. Okay? I agree with you there. Right. I disagree on multiple other aspects, but
like
on
what?
that point, like I disagree on. I don't really want to go here, but on geopolitical aspects of our presidency. Okay, I think that they are good, right? But I do agree with you that yes, you have a point that yes, we should be investing more in our educational system. I agree with you. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
and I would even offer this because this has failed a lot of poor areas. We've got to stop funding our schools based off of property taxes. We have to stop that. That's ridiculous because that just means that the poorest neighborhoods get the least amount of money, and they're the ones that need the most because you're contending with like kids who have ruggy parents, right? Kids who have, psychological issues because their parents are ruggies and whatever. They need more money, not less. And so when we fund it that way, they end up getting fucking left out in the cold, and it's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
I'm not going to agree with you there, but like overall, your overall point, I'll agree with. Okay, I agree that we need to invest more in our education. Okay, I'm not going to go that far. Okay.
That's ridiculous. That's the big problem is that
no, it's not. I think that I think we found common ground in the fact that we should invest more in education, right? Dude, I'm giving up a pretty big aspect of my argument to agree with him, okay? And agree with that and to vote that way, okay? I'll vote for anybody who comes up on stage and says, hey, I'm going to invest in education. I'll vote for them. I'll do that.
So
we have to.
Why, as a country, do we rely on people working to get affordable health care?
Dude, you're talking about systemic change, which is not reasonable.
I'm talking about what
is reasonable. The system's
It's not
broken.
realistic. It's not realistic, dude.
No, the system's broken. We can change it tomorrow.
It's not realistic.
It's not
doable.
Okay.
You cannot do that.
Why are you giving up? That's dumb.
I didn't give up. I'm just stating a fact.
No, not you, Dewey.
I'm stating a fact. today, right now, unless you're working for a corporation, you don't get affordable health care.
Yeah, what he's saying is true.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm not giving up. I'm just saying today. And what does that say about America when a corporate takes care of the health care?
Yeah, I don't
Lifton
like
shift.
that.
I can shift you on this one too, because if you have universal health care for people and they're all paying into the government system, I already did the math on this. And the math.
Productivity. I understand what you're saying.
No, I'm not talking to you,
I'm
Dewey.
Let
I'm
her finish her
talking to the
point.
guy.
Let her finish her point, please. I would like to hear her point.
So I did the math on this. I took the cost of the entire healthcare in all the United States for a year, and I divided it by the number of tax-paying citizens, which is 145 million tax-paying citizens. And what it came up with was a number around $120 a year, which would be $10 a month. So if we doubled that and we said $20 a month for health care for every citizen, not only do we cover every citizen, but we can double our system.
Yeah, but there's an incentive that,
and I am not.
We can put doctors through, but then what happens then? What happens next when we do that is that everybody who's sick, who has diabetes, who has a chronic condition, who has a disability maybe because of a bad back or something, they can start going to the doctor. They can find a level of ability to fill a job, to bring in more taxpayer dollars, to fund our government and our education. An unhealthy citizenry only draws from the government. That's a citizenry that actually they take disability, they take welfare, they take food stamps.
Okay, let me get some words in here for just a minute,
Their
please.
kids don't get to school. They do all of this stuff, and so the healthier your citizenry is, the more tax dollars you collect, and the better financial health your government is in.
Okay, so I don't disagree with you. So you don't have to preach to me. I understand. And I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is, I'm saying
she was talking to Lyft, I think.
Yes, I was talking to Lyft. I wasn't talking to Julie.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's why it didn't make sense to you. Why are you coming at me, bro?
Yeah, no, I wasn't.
Don't tease me, bro.
All right, can I say something?
I've heard, yes,
Can I-
I've heard. If somebody were going to play me in a movie, it would be somebody asked me that the other day. Who I thought somebody would play me in a movie. I said Jack Black. Yeah.
You're kind of right about that.
Come
A better study to actually look at is a Koch brother funded study on a Medicare for All system. And people should really look this up and read it. It would save the taxpayers, or the country, we'll just say, $2 trillion over a 10-year period. Right? That's $200 billion a year. That's how, and it would cover everybody.
And that pays for 2 years. That pays for 2 years of the military, by the way. 2 years for the military.
I just want to point out.
Trust any study from the Koch brothers, though. Let me state this again. Koch brothers are fucking goddamn piece of shit, and their own study found this to be true.
Well, I really wish you would have just told us how you really felt, though. Honestly, about the Koch brothers.
All right, so
please.
The reason
Yes.
they don't want us to have healthcare is because they make money off people being sick. So if they fix the system, if they fix the system, that means that most people are going to be healthy, meaning that they're not going to show up to the hospital.
Healthcare system that we have, right, it incentivizes going to work. It incentivizes a work population. Okay, so in that manner, I don't think that it's like a terrible idea. I don't think it's a work at all because it gets people into the workforce.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen. They want everybody sick so they can
It
make
is
money off.
happening. We're
Look
seeing
at
it currently
they say that they
We're
found the
seeing-
cure for they found the cure for cancer.
Let
Like,
me
I real
show
quick want to give a shout out to Allie. Thank you for the 21,000 likes. Allie. Allie.
I understand this was done at not the federal level. Mondami passed or got universal child care for all of New York in 8 fucking days. This is a policy decision.
that's amazing.
Right? In 8 fucking days
Let's
of
see if it
taking
works.
mayor
Let's see if it works.
in 8 fucking days of taking mayorship, he got universal child care for New
I know,
Yorkers.
but what I'm saying, let's see if it works out. Okay, like maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know, right? But like, yeah, it's been 8 days, dude.
And
Let's
be honest.
let's
be honest.
it
has its limitations
too. It's only for kids up to 2 years old.
All I'm saying is this defeatist attitude and all these issues that we're talking about are policy decisions. Do we have the political will to push a Medicare for all type of insurance for everybody?
No.
Do
No,
we have it or not?
We don't.
No.
That's not. We don't.
Over
Actually, we do.
60% of the electorate supports a Medicare for all system. I said the
It doesn't
electorate,
matter.
right?
Big Pharma owns the
let's
politicians.
Let's say this again. I said the electorate, not fucking red or blue or anybody else.
As long as you have the politicians in, Big Pharma own them on both sides of the aisle. It ain't never going to happen.
No, Sensei, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing what you're saying. So you're saying that basically, what that if we don't have the politicians aligned, so we can't do it.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem, yes.
The politicians are lining their pockets. If you think your side's not doing that, your head's in the clouds.
Bro, you don't need to tell anybody that. I think most people would agree with you. I mean, the shitty. Obviously, politicians are being overwhelming majority of politicians are being bought. Obviously, why do you need to tell me that shit?
What I honestly think is that if you give free Medicare for all, then people are not going to work. They're not going to do their jobs. They're not going to do
No,
it.
you're wrong about that. You're wrong about that. They'll just do
Can we
something
let
that they
can we
want
let
to
him
do.
can we let him formulate a thought before we respond? Please, Lift. Go ahead.
Yeah, look. I don't think that people are going to work their jobs if they don't have an incentive to do so, and I think that their incentive, right, happens to be, health insurance. I guess, right? Is it fucked up? That's not what I'm arguing, right? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. But that is the incentive that we have to get our populace into employment right now. That's what we have. That's all we have.
So
Lift, is that what life should be about? Like, should life be about being forced to work a job so that you can have health insurance? Like, is that what life should be about? Is that the American stamp on what life is, the purpose of life is? Like being forced to work a job that you hate.
You shouldn't be
even though
forced.
you have the desire in your soul to be a gardener, or you have the desire in your soul to be an artist.
I think that we have a culture where we need to do that. Where we need
No,
to.
we
Yeah,
don't.
why do we need to do that?
I don't understand the correlation between healthcare and having to work, and that if you already get your healthcare that you won't work. I'm sorry, but you have to eat. You have to pay for a roof over your head. You have to buy clothes for your children. You have to have a car, insurance, all of that stuff, which requires a job. So just having health care is just one less thing to worry about. And you won't go bankrupt if it's Medicare for all or whatever form of universal health care that we have.
But
the two don't have anything to do with the two. The two don't.
People to work.
Holy fuck!
May I add a?
Okay,
it's one aspect.
All right, here we go. All right,
Can I add a statement?
Yeah, we're okay. I don't know what is up with the disrespect. Every time I start talking, somebody starts talking, so I'm just dropping everybody. Show's over. I don't get it. That level of disrespect to the show is look, guys, it's been happening the whole show. So I'm just going to move on. The show ends at 1 anyway. You can see there. I was going to let it go on, but if you guys are just going to talk over me, then I'm just going to shut it down, and I'll come back in the morning, 9 a.m. Central Time. Thank you all so much. I appreciate all the support. Again, you can, if you want to support the live with monetary donations, what have you, there's Crash App and Vimo. That information is on my bio. You can send me gifts, what have you. I appreciate it, guys, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you. Peace.